All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, May the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Yes, you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, guys. Well, we're in for it again today. Remember Friday, we had a little bit of rally at the end of the day. We didn't quite go positive with the Dow. At some points during the day, all the indices were positive, sold off a little bit at the end. But we're in for it again this morning. So everything is down. So let's take a look at some of the things that are happening. The EV plays are getting wrecked. RAVN. I think I read that Ford is selling a bunch of shares. I don't know if they're divesting their entire stake, but Ford is selling a bunch of shares that they own in RIVN. I think that's it. Yeah, Ford is selling 8 million shares that it owns. So obviously putting a big damper on Ribbon and Lucid, LCID, following suit, sympathy play. My guess is that most of the EV plays are going to be down, like virtually everything else. Now this one was up, but I think it's pulled right back down. VPSI, this is I think a new listing last week. I guess it wasn't a new listing, but DPSI, that was okay, I thought it was one of these SPACs, but it isn't. Anyway, DPSI did get up to $15. It has pulled all the way back down to almost down to 10, still up 48%. I had a crazy day on Friday, got up to 12, closed down here at 7. So more of the same today. Now, just looking at my gappers up and down, very small list, of course, of the gappers up, much bigger list of the ones that are down. And also, this is it for the pre-market actives up. I mean, I don't have to scroll down. This is it. Of course, if I scroll down, I keep seeing these are all the ones that meet my filter requirements that are the actives down. So, which is obvious. I mean, the SPY is down 6.2. BTTX, that is one that is up. BTTX, it's been it's just been a chopping around trader. I mean, on Thursday, sorry, it got up to what, 328. Okay, so this one is just sneaking in here. It's being taken private. Okay, like Gatto Investments. Okay, HMTV. So it's an earnings play coming up, but it's also being taken private, as is SREV. Well, I don't know if it's being taken private, but SREV is a buyout, cheap one. An all-cash transaction by Concentrix Corporation. So if you see this one and why I'm not talking about it, it's a buyout. So AUGX is an earnings play. AUGX. Not too familiar with these guys, but this is an earnings play. Getting close to an all-time low. AUGX. Well, green. It's just continuation of all the bad news: inflation, China, the war, all the the tech swoon. I mean, there's no specific news, but I mean, just a culmination. It's not going away. Palantir, PLTR, man, oh man, another earnings play, all-time low probably. Palantir, PLTR, yep. This was a sub $1 one. What is it doing now? So LOGC, so FDA lifted their clinical hold, so that is the news for LOGC. Huge move, lots of volume, but will it crack $1? I know you guys were talking about Coinbase last week. Coin, well, that's under a hundred now. Just under a hundred now. NRGV. This was low volume when I looked at it. NRGV. I think I saw it because that was closer to a lifetime low. Big gap down though. NRGV. It's a low volume right now. Don't see any specific news on it, but you can kind of see. I mean, look at this daily chart and now the gap down below all that. It's not shortable for me, unfortunately. And SOPA was just showing up. SOPA just as I was opening the room. SOPA. And this is actually an earnings play. We have it on the 12th, but it's actually, I'm just looking here, it looks like they released early. So this is SOPA, lots of volume, low float, 15 million in the float. So, this whole situation now with the market, the way with what's been happening, very different feel to it. I mean, when we had the pandemic, that was awful. I mean, obviously, the market crashed and we were thinking, my gosh, what's going to happen? So, of course, we had the massive, massive rally with all the tech stocks, the stay at home, um, all the checks coming in, creating an army of day traders, et cetera, et cetera. So, that really obviously lifted all the tech stocks and lifted the market. This is really different. I mean, what's going to lift the market now? I mean, that tech is not going to do it this time. Well, in my opinion, anyway. There's no big catalyst for that. But all we can do, I'm pretty happy that I'm what they call a day trader. I have virtually nothing in anything long term. So just sitting on cash and trying to see what happens on a daily basis. Another one sinking here is Party. Wow, look at this one. PRTY, all-time low, had earnings last week. I'm sorry, they had earnings pre-market. So look at this, PRTY, not an all-time low. I'm sorry, it's not quite an all-time low. My Netflix at 176. You can't even see it on this. I have to do this. I mean, nobody knows how long this is going to last. I mean, I was through the 208 to 210 when virtually, it was very hard to go long on anything. And then once we got out of that, then we were just in such a massive run. So probably a lot of you have not experienced anything like this if you're new to trading. HMTV is a buyout. I think I said that. Yeah, HMTV is a buyout, Joe. EVs got, well, pick a sector, any sector, but EVs are down. They're going to ride, and I'm sure Tesla's probably down. Well, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from our analysts from briefing.com. Not an extensive list today. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. Look at the downgrades in now. Interesting. We have an upgrade for Dish and a downgrade for Dish. All right, just a few more to go in terms of the downgrades. I don't see any multiple downgrades. In other words, I don't see the same stock being downgraded by various firms. All right, there are the upgrades and there are the downgrades. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, and also the trade of the week. Interesting to see how this one does trade. Trade of the week is Merck. It may not trigger. MRK. The trade of the week is Merck. The trigger is 88.92. But I'd be pretty cautious. Well, actually, the market's putting a mini rally here. I'm just looking here. A little green candle here. Mini rally. I don't think I mentioned this one, the ZNTE. ZNTE, I think this is a SPAC, and for some reason it was up to almost 12. So it has come back down. ZNTE. Don't know if they've actually indicated who they're looking to buy. All right, so the approval, so this actually happened. The approval of business combination between Eve and Zenit. Let's see what Eve does. Okay, I don't see what Eve does actually. I don't know what sector they're in. I'm just reading this. I don't see that it's telling me what the sector is. All right, yeah. So that was on the 6th. Don't know how to help. Okay, just a second. Somebody's saying can't hear me. Okay, David, okay, if you don't know how to dock at all, I mean, a pre-market window, do you know how to dock at all, David? If you don't, I'm going to have to send you to our user guide. You know how to dock? Well, then just well, I mean, if you know how to dock, then take the pre-market top lists and alert windows that you want and put them in into the dock. I mean, if you know how to create a dock window, then these are just individual. This is a top list, is a top list, alert window, another top list. If you know how to dock, then I don't understand what you mean by open the pre-market. Just if you have a docked window, as long as your topless window is live always, is that what you mean? So I don't understand what you mean by I closed pre-market by accident. Now I can't find it open. I don't understand what you mean. Did you create a dock window and now you didn't save your dock? You didn't save anything? I mean, hard for me to help if you didn't save it. I mean, if I close this, if I X this down, but as long as I've saved it, then I just have to, file, load from cloud. And, if you gave your docked window a name, okay, so do you have the individual windows that you would use to put into your dock? Like a like this is my pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. I mean, I can give you this if you want. This is what I use. I can give it to you. There's no such thing as a pre-market window, David. Like these windows, a topless window is just a topless window. In order to see in the pre-market, you right click, time frame, and just check live always. I mean, you have to create these. But you can also go, if you want, you can go to file, go to new, and then dock channel bar. And here we do have a pre-market channel. Have you ever, well, if you created it years ago and you did not save it, it's hard for me to help you. If you didn't save it to the cloud, it's hard for me to help you. But listen, I can give you this. This is what I've been using for years, something like this. You can start with that and you can modify it. Whoops, don't have to do that. If we can modify the price ranges and all that, but I can give you that. Always save your work though. Okay. Yeah, meanwhile, PLTR, what a disaster. Yeah, this used to be a darling, as somebody pointed out, a meme darling. Just absolutely a disaster. Big float too. 1.6 billion in the float. The test drive, so I don't quite understand your question. If are you a standard subscriber, Antonio? I mean, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to try our premium service out, it's open to you. Yeah, if you want to, so you're a standard subscriber now, you want to try our premium service out again, you can do it, if that's what you mean. Or if you had a subscription before and now you want to try the test drive again, yeah, you can do it. Okay, so you were a past subscriber, you want to try it again, no problem, yes, you can do it. Here's the link. Okay, there's your link to sign up for it. Starts next Monday. Wow, close. You're talking to Martin. If you're talking to me, I can give you what I just gave. This is just a doc. Okay, that's what I use. That's what I've been using for years. All right, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. I don't think anything's going to be up. I think oil was down a little bit. Well, still over $100, but I don't think anything's going to be up. So what you're looking at here is the major sectors, and there's 100%. That's what I thought. Oil's down, not a huge amount, but it is down. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, XLE, that's the major ET, that's the big ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. What that percentage refers to is, in this particular case, 100% of the stocks are down from Friday's close. Okay, that's what that 100% refers to. So you can just take a look and you can see that, nothing is positive this morning. Not one sector is positive. Materials 100%, tech 90% of them are down, communications 100% of them are down. I mean, and on and on and on. So now we take a look at this maybe half an hour from now. What I like to do is I have this same window, the same channel set up, except now this is the change from the close. It'll be the change from the open, and we'll see what's happened once the open occurs at 9:30. So we can see definitely a turnaround of some sorts. But anyway, right now, bleak, bleak, bleak. So I didn't do anything in the pre-market, and I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, but EQNR. Of course, this is Norway, right? Should know that flag by now. Yeah, that's Norway. And I'm checking some of my thumbnail charts, some of the ones that I had from last week. See if there's anything exciting. Not really. Seeing a bounce for Riven though, RIVN. I am seeing a bounce. So the low this morning was 22.80 or so. So that's a big bounce, almost a $2 bounce. Yeah, it's insane how many ads I see on TV. Big celebrities, either they're doing one of two things. They're touting crypto or they're touting all these sports betting sites. Cannot believe it. And these are like big athletes or celebrities that are, obviously the well known. They must be, it's amazing to me to see that. Well, let's see, what is the SPY doing now? So the SPY had a little bit of a rally off that bottom of 402, got up to 406, a little bit of a rally. Yeah, I saw that LOGC up. FDA has lifted their clinical hold. I guess that was the big news for LOGC. Just looking to see if anything's showing up on the upside. What's this surf doing? SURF, surf. Yeah, it's up a little bit. It's actually an earnings play, May 9th pre-market. Yeah, it's actually an earnings play, surf, SURF. But again, I just don't see any of these things really doing much. Smart stop is just something that's generated by the system. It takes a look at the, I mean, I can't give, there is a more exact definition, but the easy definition, it's the volatility of the 15-minute candles, the high and low of the day, feeds that into into the computer, spits out this number called the smart stop, the smart stop, okay? So the idea being that, okay, if you took a trade right now, if you click on an alert, the smart stop is generated, and that is a suggested stop. That's what it means. 1 minute. Thank you, William. So yes, 1 minute to the open. So, well, let's have a great trading week this, everybody. See what happens this week. Again, I will not be sitting out, certainly the first 15. The only time I'll take an early trade is maybe on the 10-day daily breakdown, if it's also not just a 10-day daily breakdown, but it's also an all-time low. What do I think of CERS? I don't think I saw it. Nothing. I mean, there's no volume. No volume. So two shares. So I mean, I don't know what's happening. So there's just no volume. All right, we are opening in 2, 1, 0. We are now open. Just one moment, please. All right, let's see what's happening here. So market opens obviously way down. Dow's down 420 now. Nas is down 200. SPY's down. Just going to try to let thing. It's a suggestion, Adrian. So I mean, for instance, if I click on LCID, I don't even see if we'll see a smart stop generated yet. Oh, I think I actually, yeah, smart risk levels. Okay. So yeah, so what this is saying, if I click on an alert, RIVN as an example, okay, if they're saying if I got in at 24.43 right now, there is your suggested stop down here, 22.92. Every time you click on an alert, a smart stop will be generated by that, and you'll see that red dotted line. It's just a guide. It's just a guide, okay? So it's not going to say 10 cents below. It's going to, there's actually a number. So it could, obviously it's going to vary all the time. So if I click on FSLY right now, they're saying if you got in right now at 1266, your smart stop is at 1231. Okay, that's what they're saying. And it'll change, of course, if FSLY went up to 13, that smart stop would change. It's relative to the current price. Okay, guys, so I am getting some early ones from the 10-day daily breakdown, but as I said before, I don't like to take them early unless it's an all-time low. There's Lucid. Wow, look at Lucid, LCID. It's not an all-time low, but getting closer and closer. All right, VTRX, a glimmer of hope for this one. VTRS. I think somebody mentioned, did somebody have a price? So this is actually an earnings play. Really didn't do much in the pre-market. Look at this, just chopped around. Market open though. Okay, I mean, and it's a big float, 1.2 billion in the float. That's a pretty big move so far for 1.2 billion in the float. Always skeptical of something like this. This is shortable. Lots and lots of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers, 33 million. So this must be coming into what I would consider some pretty stern resistance. So this could be an interesting one to short, guys, as it gets closer and closer to this 11 mark. Well, they didn't care. So here's a headline, revenue miss as key segments contract, but I guess you got to keep reading and reading and reading. For whatever is, I don't have time, but market's reacting really well so far to this VTRS earnings release. Okay, Fisker, okay, another EV play. FSR on the way down, FSR on the way down, almost an all-time low, showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. I guess the all-time low is here at 890. So it's almost an all-time low for FSR. These EV plays are just getting crushed. Okay, just looking at some of the things that are showing up on my watch list. Again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I put a delay on any alert happening here using the time of day filter. Tupperware just continues after that earnings release 3 days ago. Continues down. Tupperware, TUP. All right, SOPA is still kind of hanging in here, guys. SOPA, this is actually an earnings play. We have it on the 12th, but I guess they must have released early. SOPA, pretty low float, 15 million in the float. Nice bounce actually for Riven, guys. RIVN. Did Lucid bounce or did it continue down? LCID? No, I mean, mini bounce here, LCID. You know what had a nice bounce on Friday? It was Fubo, Fubo. That had a big percentage bounce. It was an earnings play, but it actually got down to a 287 and it got all the way up to 354, which is a great percentage move. Kind of holding in here, Fubo. You know, I mean, if the market has any sort of rally in it, stocks like this could rally a little bit. Now here's one, guys, Fold, Amicus. Fold, Fold. Actually it's an earnings play and no action at all in the pre-market. Market opened and here it goes a little bit. Fold is it is an earnings play. All right, guys, VTRS is starting to slide away after that big move up to 11. Again, there is a ton of resistance just around that 11 mark for VTRS. It is an earnings play. I mean, it reacted well. But it is a big float, 1.2 billion in the float. Yeah, it is on the move. BTTX is on the move. The high on Thursday was what, $3, 325 or so. I don't know if there's any specific news on it today, but probably not. So keep an eye on this VTRS, guys. I mean, listen, I may be wrong. It may crash right through 11, but I'd be I'd be surprised. That's all I can say. I'd be surprised. It looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 11, and it's a big float. So it's going to take a bunch to keep moving this, but you never know. You can see with these bottoming tails in the 5-minute chart that the buyers are still trying to step in here. Sellers knocked it down a few times. And we have a halt. Yeah, this got halted on the way down now, DPSI. It's still up 24%, but at one point in the pre-market, this is where I saw this DPSI, was way up here at 15. Even here, it was still up quite a bit, but now it's been halted on the way down. No shorts for me available at Interactive Brokers for DPSI. Big move for Riven, guys. Big bounce back. Kind of shaking off the fact that Ford is going to sell, was it 8 million? I think 8 million of their shares. Of course, they went in with Riven a while back. $8 million of 100. Okay, thank you. All right, VTRS. I'm just going to put an alert here around here. I want to get interested in a short around that 1070 mark if it takes that out again. Look at Z, guys. Yeah, somebody mentioned Z just before. Z, and Zillow, and ZG. Big, big move. It had earnings last week. Okay, we have a little reversal here for Shaw Communications. I'm going to disconnect eventually from you guys. PLTR, guys, gap down and go. All right, guys, PLTR, another new low, all-time low. They're not filling me that uptick rule. I mean, I know I could chase it down a little bit, but I'm trying to get a short of that PLTR. Ah, it just popped a little bit here. Look at Plug, another EV play, of course, Plug. And it's actually has earnings after hours today, I guess. Post market, Plug. And FUTU, another, wow, look at the gap underneath this FUTU. China Fin stock. Look at this gap underneath now for FUTU. What's KWeb doing? I haven't really looked at, I mean, I'm sure it's down. Okay, VTRS just took out that 1070. What's KWeb doing? Big area right here for KWeb. That's a China. You want to short China stocks. You don't want to short an individual one. You might want to look at KWeb. 2377. I mean, boy, that's what a level that is if that takes it out. Maybe not today, but tomorrow. And then down here, it's got a lot of room underneath. You can't see the absolute value. You have to, okay? If you go to, you can't see the absolute value. Yeah, maybe underneath here now. Ah, yeah, so it's underneath some, it could be way underneath there. You might even have to put it on a daily chart. As an example. Yeah, so there's a smart stop down here. 583, you see, you can't see it here. But you won't see I'm looking at the chart. It's just a guide anyway, Adrian, okay? It's just a guide. Guys, VTRS worked. I've covered some because it still is an earnings play. It could bounce here, but I got about 20 cents out of it so far. And see if it keeps moving down. I don't know what you mean by that. You mean? You mean if you're shorting it? Yeah, you'd have to switch it around. You see, the problem is you'd have to go to properties and or smart. Like you have to click on short. Now you'll see the smart stop on top if you want to short something. So I mean, what they're saying here, as an example, if you took this short 747 right here, the smart stop would be 784. That's what they're saying. But you'd have to switch it around. So in other words, if I right click on a chart and you see where it says smart risk levels, the default, because most people go long, the default is long, but you have to switch that to short. Okay. And then when you switch that to short, then you're going to see, of course, want to short this, then you're going to see the smart stop on top of the current price. That make sense? So again, in the chart, right click and go to smart risk levels if you're looking to short things. So you can see the smart stop on above the current price. You have to change that to short. It'll say long right now. So Antonio, make sense? Yeah, so I don't have my smart stop up here, okay? I think I know what you're talking about, but well, I mean, really, to be honest, what you'd really want to know is because where the smart or how much below the smart stop is that'll share size you. Okay, it's probably more important to not really see the absolute price, but what it is below in like 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, because that's going to share size you. Correct? Because remember how I trade anyway is I'm going to take my entry minus the stop, but it's calculated for you. I'm going to divide that number into how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. So if it's $100, and I'm going to divide that difference into say $100, and that's going to share size me. So, I wouldn't worry so much about not being able to see the absolute price in your single stock window. No, I'll be honest, I don't use the smart stop at all. So, but you know, for it's an interesting guide. All right, what is the market doing? So the market is trying to have a little bit of a bounce here, guys. A little bit of a bounce. The VTRS is still working its way down. I mean, that worked out almost textbook for what I was looking for. All right. Remember, I kept saying I really doubted it was going to get through 11 with all that resistance here. DPSI resumed. What did it resume at? Yeah, not much. Okay, this is what I'm going to do now. Let's take a look at the sectors, but take a look at them in a different way and see if there's any sort of a change. And see if there's any sector that is kind of rallying. Okay, you can kind of see right here. So remember when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, every single energy play was down for the day. Okay, down, excuse me, down from Friday's close. But now we're looking at the sectors in a different way. We're looking at the sectors, how they change from the open. So now we can see, I mean, you know, still not great, but 23% of them are above the open. But look at this tech. Look at the rally we've had in tech from the open, 65%. Remember, I mean, tech was almost 100%. Communications was 100%. But look what's happened. You know, their stocks are kind of rallying off the open. In other words, they didn't open and continue moving down, most of them here. And that's what this is showing you. Of course, we look at that, you know, an hour from now and it could be completely different again. Wow, VTRS has given us, if you took this one, guys, giving us a beautiful percentage move now. My fantasy level would be down here, 10, 11, the bottom of that 5-minute candle. Hope some listened to me and what I was talking about for that one. Of course, if you won't short, I can't help you. Here's another one, guys. Wow, this PAGS. PAGS is an all-time low now. PAGS, all-time low. Brazilian, that's Brazil, right? That's a Brazilian company. All-time low now for PAGS, PAGS. Thanks, BJ. Yeah, or BJ. Yeah, it's been interesting to say the least. Okay, right now the market direction a little bit unknown. We've got these topping tails and bottoming tails in the first two 15-minute charts or candles. Another one on the way down here, guys. Another gap down and go. Sono. Wow, look at the room underneath on that monthly chart for Sono. That lots of support right around 13, but look at this at 20. I mean, what's going to hold it up? I mean, May 11th, they do have earnings, so I don't know, maybe they'll come up with something decent, but well, guys, it's starting to approach my fantasy level. VTRS, the bottom of that 15-minute candle. I'm actually, believe it or not, and some of these 10-day daily breakdowns that are not on all-time lows, I'm looking for maybe bounces. I had a few of those on Friday, actually. And I forgot to mention Riot. I mean, look at Riot. Look at Riot and Mara. Oh, man. $79, the high, now back down to almost from whence it came. And Mara is not quite as cheap. All right, I had a price alert. Wow, I got a ton of price alerts to get rid of. I had a price alert for Peloton. I guess that's an all-time low. Yeah, almost an all-time low. Oh man, May 10th, pre-market, tomorrow, Peloton. Oh, what are they going to say? Seriously. The only thing that's going to rally Peloton tomorrow on earnings is that they come out and say we didn't lose as much. Otherwise, what in the world is going to hold up Peloton now? PTON. Okay, guys, I've covered some more of the VTRS. Don't have very much left. I didn't really think it would get back down to 10-11, but wasn't that Apple, Larry? Wasn't that Apple? All the rumors about Apple and Peloton? Well, they still may do it, but they're going to, it'll be a lot cheaper. I think it was Apple. Maybe wrong. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. Was it Amazon? Okay. Okay. I thought it was Apple, but okay. Okay, so this is the first one showing up for me, and Zach scan. I have a delay of about 20 minutes, so I don't see the ones that you guys see right off the bat. I also have probably a different price range. However, Boy, to step in and buy some of these things. So this is a PLTK Israeli stock, has earnings tomorrow, pre-market. To step in and buy, I think the only way, number one, I would do it, it would have to take out 13. Plus the market. To see the market at least is not moving down anymore. It's just kind of, we got these bottoming tails, which, somewhat signifies that the buyers, are putting up a bit of a fight here. Boy, look at this edit. Good grief. Another all-time low now for edit. Boy, I bet you these bios are just getting trashed. Edit, what was the other one? CRISPR. Yeah, look at this. CRISPR, another one that's just getting trashed. Same sector. The other one was, I think it was NTLA. They used to always trade virtually the same. Yeah. So, but edit is the absolute worst. Look at edit. Another bio, guys, GBT. Not an all-time low, but I haven't looked at IBB for a long time. Wow. Look at this drop. 178 down to 110. It took out 13. I don't see that. I don't see that it took out 13. But this is what I'm going to do. You see, so here was the first alert, okay, to as a bounce for PLTK, 1297. It moved down a little bit more, 1289. There's the last one, 1273, and it's continuing to move down. See, that's the problem now. It's getting kind of far away from that first alert. What I'd like to do, yeah, it's getting too far away on a percentage basis. At some point you guys want to play a bounce on this, great. I'd like to try to, my whole deal with this is that try to take it at that very first alert, as long as the last alert is not so far away, but I mean, it's getting farther and farther away. So it's hard for me to commit. Yeah, again, if you won't short, you're going to be sitting in your hands for who knows how long. We get some bounces, sure. You're going to get some bounces, but okay, I'm all out of the VTRS, guys. All out of it. Oh, I see you mentioned SWVL, Rob. Let's see what's happening with SWVL. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it didn't do much in the pre-market. This is that UAE stock. Yeah, I think they're out of Egypt. All right, we have direction now, guys. We have direction. That red candle now. Remember, we're sort of basing a little bit here, kind of up, down, up, down, up, down, but now that's down. That red candle right there, that 10 o'clock, 15-minute candle, we are down. All right, here's a gap down and reverse. EXFY, gap down and trying to reverse a little bit here. Still down for the day, of course, but at least it is trying to reverse. But in the face of what the market is doing, okay, guys, there is one nice short so far from the AI. If you have our premium service, there was the short at 36.60. It's now 35.06. Garden Health, so in the health sector. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of the meme stocks. I'm looking to see if GMA finally takes out 100 again. Oh, another one almost at an all-time low is DM, almost at an all-time low. Well, this GH, what's the next low looking left on the monthly chart? And that is, look like it's below that now. 38.88, 38.88. Oh, that's way below that now. 33.70 looks like the next low for GH on the monthly chart. Good old Zoom. So Zoom is now below 100. So this was, yeah, before the pandemic, this was about a $66 stock. Okay, before the pandemic, of course, it had the incredible run. So yeah, I mean, a lot of these tech stocks, it took advantage of the pandemic, people staying at home, etc. Guys, I'm sorry, I'm just internal discussion at Trade Ideas with the other traders. I'm just trying to follow some of the stuff that's happening, what they're talking about. All right, here's a gap down in reverse, guys. GRFS, kind of interesting. Kind of interesting, a little bit of a break here, at a consolidation for GRFS. Still down for the day, of course. Pharmaceutical, so, be aware of the sector, but some volume coming into GRFS. And this is what we call a gap down and reverse. This CFLT, this is the one I very disappointed on Friday. Had the short in it on it. Got a little bit of money on it, but it rallied so much. Look at the bottom here, but it's below now. I think it's below the bottom of Friday, or the low of Friday. 21.17, yeah, just below that low, and it's an all-time low. It's an all-time low. So, my thinking, if it takes out 21, that whole number holds underneath that for a while, I mean, who's going to buy it? Yeah, it had some buyers on Friday, which really ticked me off, but yeah, I mean, not to pile in on this one, but I mean, you can just see, I mean, these are the so-called growth stocks, SARC, right? So this is to short them, and wow. Okay, so guys, I mean, if you're looking for, reversals, I mean, this is not a bad little scan here. The gap continuation and or reverse doesn't mean when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade, but at least this will show you stocks that are either reversing or either in either direction. In other words, they hit it, they were high. We're not going to see too many like that. In other words, a gap up and reverse. Not going to see too many like that. But we have a gap down and reverse, gap down, reversed. We have a gap down and go, which meant the stock gap down and it kept going down. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to keep going down forever. And then the other one is the gap up and go, which means it gapped up and kept going higher. That is going to be a tough one today. Okay, so this is one of the scans I am sharing. Wow, 1017 already. All right, so the GRFS is, putting in a little modest bounce, but I mean, as always, guys, bounce plays, when the market is cruising down, don't know how, we don't know obviously how much of a bounce you're going to get when the market is cruising down. So if you're taking it, I'd be in absolute scalp mode. Yeah, I'm hoping that maybe when this is kind of over, and I really feel sorry for the kids. I call them the kids who did this, but the term diamond hands is eradicated from our lexicon. Get rid of it. Bunch of nonsense. I have no problem. You take advantage of something that's moving, great. I did not take this one, the GBT, but it is, again, moving down. A nice little pull up here, continuation down. I did not take this one. This is from the 10-day daily breakdown, which of course we're seeing plenty. Whew. All right, guys. Well, I've got a slight break in the action for me. So what I'm going to do now, as always, around 10:20. Now this will be an interesting test drive if the market keeps moving like this. I don't think we've had a test drive, in such a bare condition. But I am going to put the test drive link in. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So it starts next Monday. That's May the 16th. It starts next Monday. And it's over $11.11. You'll have access to our full premium service, except no auto trading allowed, okay? So if you're signing up because maybe you're a standard subscriber and you want to try, there's no auto trading allowed during the test drive. That's the only thing you won't be able to do, which to me is not a big deal because you know my stance on that. Anyway, for $11.11, you'll have access to 10 trading days with trade ideas, okay? Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You're not getting, obviously, just read. You're not getting the data, live data until the 16th. However, about an hour after the market closes this Friday, you'll have access to the program, and then you can play around with it and familiarize yourself with it, okay? I'm going to show you how you can do that. So if if you want to be, I call it professional. If you want to be serious about this test drive, you should have an idea about what Trade Ideas capabilities are. Okay, so get prepared for the Monday for the 16th. You can, play around with the program over the weekend. Now we only do this about 4 times a year. The other thing is, once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, we don't put you into a subscription. Okay, so Sunny, I'm going to answer your question. I'm just going to jump ahead just a bit here. I'm going to put my home page in. But when you click on my home page, this is what you're going to see. Now, this promo code is not alive anymore, guys. So the only one right now and it'll give you 20% is Mother's Day 20. Just give me a moment. No, thanks, Mom. Okay, so you want 20% off a subscription right now. This is the promo code that is alive, okay? The Cinco de Mayo is not valid anymore. Okay, so when you click on my homepage, yeah, you'll see this, but that unfortunately is not valid anymore. But if you click on Get Trade Ideas, just want to show you how much Trade Ideas this cost. Okay, so they changed this again. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Okay, so this is what they're trying to tell you here, okay? So the annual is 199, well, 199, 2,000. On standard, it's 1,000. What they're trying to show you is that, okay, if you took out a subscription, that's what it would be, 167, 184 a month, okay? If you divide 12 into these numbers. However, of course, you can get a 20% discount. So if you use that promo code, the one I put in, so it'd be 20% off that 2,000 or the 1,000. This is the monthly. So this is what I would do. If you're starting out with us, you're not sure, and you're not sure about the program, do not take out an annual subscription. You can always start off with the standard on the monthly or the premium. 118, 228, less than 20% for the first month only. If you do decide you want to upgrade to an annual, I don't even want to call it an upgrade, but if you decide you'd like to take an annual and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 20%. But if you want to keep a monthly subscription, that's fine. Just know that this is what you pay going forward. Okay. So that is the pricing. Now, this is what I was saying, and I'll get to your questions, Nathe, and also Sunny. Okay, I'll get to your question just in a second. So if you're going to take the test drive, so as I say, about an hour after the market closes on Friday, you'll have access to the program. Do this, this is also if you're new to trade ideas, do this first. Do the let's get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. It starts off with a download and installation, the first startup and login. Okay, so do yourself a favor and do that. It'll take you about 30 minutes to get through those videos. And then once you've done that, then you can go to the education section. Click here, education section on my homepage. And now you can take a look at the user guide. Now, don't get hung up on the user guide and how much information there is and thinking to yourself, I'll never learn all this. I don't know it all. You don't have to. What I would do, you probably want to take a look at these first four, what the toolbar is, what the channel bar is. But after that, more than likely, all you're going to have to understand is what an alert window is and how to create one, what a top list window is and how to create one. Now, I'm also going to show you that you don't even have to create anything if you don't want to. But I mean, I would probably just look at this. Afterwards, you want to set price alerts on the charts, put a sound alert in an alert window, fine. But you don't have to learn all of this right off the bat. And we have a full table of contents. And here it is, all searchable. So again, I use my analogy. If you're using Word for the first time and you look at that manual, if that blocked you from using Word, in other words, looking at the manual thinking, I can't learn this program, look how much there is in this manual. Well, but let's face it, most of us just, all we want to know is how do I create a document? How do I print it? Maybe how do I, change a font? How do I bold? I mean, some very basic things. Same thing with trade ideas. You don't have to learn everything. Okay, so now to answer, no, Zax scan has nothing to do with sectors. So here are my scans that I am sharing right here. If you click here, these are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, Zax bouncers and toppers have nothing to do with the sectors. And then Sunny, this is what I was talking about, the gap continuation or reverse. Okay, so here is just go to my home page and go to the scan section. So go to my scan section right here, click, and here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including that gap continuation or reversal. Okay, Zax bouncers and toppers have nothing to do with sectors. How I use it? Well, I mean, it's not easy. I mean, bouncers and toppers are not easy. You're trying to somewhat guess where a stock may have topped out so you can short it, or somewhat guess. I mean, we're trying to put the odds in our favor where stock may have bottomed out and then you're going to go long. It's certainly not for new traders, though, in my opinion. So let me just go a little bit more on my homepage. So there is other information on my homepage. The trade of the week. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, free. It is Merck. I have no idea if it triggered. Let's take a look at Merck. My guess is no. I mean, most of the stocks are in this sector are not moving higher. Anyway, Merck. So the trigger was 88.92. So it is not triggered. When you get the trade of the week and it gets a free service, it's an email and it'll tell you, okay, we consider if it hits 88.92, there's an opportunity to take the stock and show you where the stop is. But if it never hits 88.92 this week, it's just a non-trade. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern. Wait a minute, where are we? Okay, stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern. And then I'll just run through the education again. I'm not going to go over the user guide, but there's a user guide. There's that getting started again. So the daily support sessions, so between 12 and 1, I take a break. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Monday, so it's either Steve or Chris. I'll have to verify who's coming in. But also Chris, when I shut down the main trading room, he takes over in YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30. The daily webinar, so this will be the last week for the webinars because after this, the next 2 weeks, we don't have webinars during the test drive. So there should be one today. So we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Again, next week, had the test drive not been on, it would have been Tuesday and Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're new to trading, great little series put on my Uncle Nos at Trade Ideas, all free. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay. So again, we've already gone over all the scans. So here's the deal, guys. Save my link. You save my link, then you can do this. Let's get started. You can look at my scans anytime you want. You can look at the education anytime you want. If you save my link, okay? Nicely done, Sonny. All right, now just some general information about Trade Ideas. What we are, we're a scanner. So we scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter what broker you are using, it doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Now you saw on my homepage that I am sharing a lot of scans. We also have a lot of scans here. So if I click on new from our toolbar, and then I click on docked channel bar, all of these channels are theme-based channels. So for instance, if you want to take a look at this momentum channel, so here is a scan called momentum. So this stock is showing up. Now you'll see it says 1028. You might go, well, wait a minute, it's 1033. All times are Eastern, of course. Well, if you loaded a new alert window or a channel, you're going to see the last alert. Okay, so that's why we see that. And all you have to do with my scans, and of course any of the scans here, if you want to see what it's looking for, you just right click, configure, and summary. It's going to show you exactly what it's looking for. These are the filters that are in place. So if a stock is between 1 and 50 and the volume is 100,000, et cetera, et cetera. If these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see this stock right here. That happened at 1028. While of course, with the market sinking, probably not going to get too many stocks making new highs for the day. So if you like this scan, all you have to do is just save it to the cloud. And so the idea then is to go through the different channels and maybe you start extracting scans that you like and saving them to the cloud. Then you can bring them back one at a time, thereby creating your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. Question in our YouTube room, can you use a Mac computer? Well, you can, but only the web-based version, okay? I mean, the web-based version isn't bad, but it's certainly not as robust as our as the app, the downloadable application. So there was not a Mac version. However, I'm going to put this, so it's a podcast that was done a while ago. A couple of guys at Trade Ideas who actually have Macs and how they do it. So again, you have three ways to do it. You can use the web-based version. Again, not as robust. It's not bad. Depends how active a trader you are. Or you can use an emulation program like Parallels, or you can do something like Amazon Web Services. Okay, so that podcast tells you the three ways that you can use our program if you have a Mac. No, I don't have a layout shared, Sonny. Individual scans. You pick and choose which ones you want, okay? I'll probably create one for the test drive, but I don't have an individual layout. You cannot run the app and the web-based version at the same time, no. That was a question in our YouTube room. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want, but you can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. So obviously, I mean, I'm using a desktop computer. There'd be zero advantage for me to have, the app and the web-based version open on but I understand what you're trying to do. Maybe you want to have, you have a tablet, you want to have the web-based version open and you want to have the app open. No, only one version at a time or one device at a time. The web-based version does not support docked windows, no. Docked windows is certainly not a necessity. It's a nice feature, but it's not a necessity. I mean, I like it. I like the look of it, but it's certainly not a necessity. Now, of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can. Look at this market. Oh my goodness. If you want to create your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then I click on search, when you see these icons right here, these are the alert icons. Okay, so right at the top here, new highs, new lows, but we have a lot of alert icons or a lot of different alerts. When it changes to these icons, these are the filters. Do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Just like the user guide, you don't have to learn everything. You don't have to learn every single alert and filter. When the company started in 2003, they thought, you know what, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create our scan. So they said, let's try to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Can't help you there, Jerry. Okay, just can't help you. Sorry. I mean, look, the app is more robust. It's easier to move around and stuff. There's nothing wrong with depends how active a trader you are. The web-based version is fine if you're not, a super active trader, in my opinion. But, the app is just more robust. It's that simple. So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. So if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. No, so I answered if Roger heard, no. So the web-based version does not have docking, no. As the selling just increases here, guys. So here's Beyond Meat, another all-time low now for Beyond Meat, BYND. Wow. So the AI, let's talk a little bit about the AI. We've got one fantastic one from the AI so far on a short GH. This is what the AI looks like, okay, or Holly AI. So if you have our premium service, and this is going to be available, of course, during the test drive. This is how you would watch it. Just click on New from our toolbar, click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. It's all you need to do. Don't worry about anything else. You're going to see this is how the AI displays the alerts. You'll have an entry. You don't have to hop in right at the very penny, and you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you, but you can see right now, if you had taken this short anywhere near that 36.60, now it's at 33.58. Look what's happened. Okay, so up 8%. That's the AI in action. Here's the other one. Hasn't really done much, but how you trade them will be up to you. There's no video that says, okay, when you get an alert, this is what you do. You do need some experience in trading. I mean, I shouldn't say this was an obvious one, but with the market moving down like this, and the sector itself, of course, virtually every sector. But look what happened before. This is just a stock that's almost at an all-time low. So you can make a judgment call saying, yeah, I like what I see on this one, and you could take the short. You have a stop, and then you manage the trade. And then this window here that we call Brokerage Plus. So Brokerage Plus is not available with our web-based version. I'm going to put this link in, the Brokerage Plus link. So the Brokerage Plus link that I put in, it has two videos. There's a short video that if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it shows how you can actually use this window to trade from within trade ideas, okay? So again, this is only available if you're using our web-based version. Now, please listen carefully. If you don't have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have this feature. That's all it means. Trade ideas is a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. It just means this little feature here of trading from within won't be available. I have no idea when or if other brokerage platforms will be added. So I'm just trying to anticipate a question like that. Now, the other way I want to demonstrate, though, I like to demonstrate this use is as a simulator, a paper trader. Okay, so before you start trading, or let's say you create your own strategy and you're wondering, I wonder how good it is. You can always practice in Brokerage Plus, okay, using our simulator. So you notice here it says Brokerage Plus in our toolbar. There are two options underneath. One says live and one says sim or paper trader. So what you would do is you would click on sim. You'll see in this box here, this should change to account. When it changes to account, click on it, and then a little box will pop up, simulated trading default. Now you're in simulation mode. Now, doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter even if you have a broker. Maybe you don't have a broker yet, and you're just kind of wondering or still searching about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading. All you need is our standard service. Okay, you just need our standard service, and then you can practice trading because it's using our real-time data. Okay, uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is Or again, you don't even need a broker. Very simple to use. You just click on an alert. If I click on Peloton, the symbol shows up. If I want to buy it, I just pick how many shares I want. If I want to short it, I would click on the sell button. Same thing. I would click how many shares I want, click on the sell button, and that would get me into a short of Peloton. So let's just do one just to show you the mechanics of how to do it. So what this is showing you here in my watch list down, okay, and this is the repeating version. So in other words, you will see the symbol in here every time it makes a new high or a new low. Here, you're only going to see it the very first time it happened. And so you can kind of go back in time and say, okay, what happened from then? And it will not start. I put a delay on anything showing up in here of 15 minutes. Okay, that I do that on purpose. Kind of like to see things settle down a little bit before, taking a look at some of these alerts, because stocks can whip up and down in that first 15 minutes. So that's why I put a delay. You don't have to. You'll see them right here, right off the bat, if you want to. So for instance, the Peloton, the first time it came in to my watch list down was at 10:09. The price was 14.70. You can see what it did from there. Obviously pretty good if you were looking to short this. That blue arrow that you see on the charts, all that's telling you is where the alert happened on the different time frames. So when I'm on a 15-minute candle, 15-minute chart here, so that's telling me there was the candle on the 15, here it was on the 5, and here it was on the 2. So again, another visual presentation. All right, what did it do from there? Okay. I'm just looking for one to, all right, let's just say you wanted to take this VTRS right now, okay? It had the drop, little pop, a little bit of a base, and now you want to take the VTRS on a long. So you pick how many shares you want. Now I'm going to take 500 shares and I'm going to explain why. This is in the simulator, okay? I'm going to click the buy button and then I'm going to send it. So you're going to see it up here. Okay, so I took the trade, so I took it in the simulator at 1066. I'm going to put a stop in at 1046. I'm going to show you why I'm doing this. And you'll see on the chart, a big red line will appear, and it'll say approximately minus 100. Okay, 101. Okay, see it says minus 101 on the chart. Okay, why does that happen? And you'll hear me, I'll probably talk a lot, and certainly next week, the first 2 or 3 days, because we'll probably have a lot of new traders. But we'll probably have new traders in the room right now too, or people just poking around, wondering what this is all about. So how I trade, and my recommendation is that before you take a trade, you should have some kind of a checklist. And if you cannot check every box, don't take the trade. In other words, be selective. If you can't check every box, don't take the trade. Now, it doesn't matter what my checklist is. It really doesn't. But I can tell you this, that most of the things are already checked when I see an alert. Because I know, because of the filters that I put in, that it's always going to be in a price range that I don't mind trading. It's going to have at least a minimum volume that I need. It's going to probably have a minimum relative volume, etc. So a lot of the things in my scans are kind of part of my checklist. Then after that, I click on the alert, check to see what's happening, what is the overall market doing, what is the pattern it's coming from, things like that. Okay, and that's only going to come with some trading experience. So when I get into the trade though, if I can check every box and say, yep, okay, I want to take the trade. My next step is, okay, even though I have checked every box, it doesn't mean the trade's going to work. So where am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working? And that's of course what we call the stop. So in this particular case, I put the stop at 1046. You'll notice that was 20 cents away, okay, from the entry. I did this on purpose, to make this math really easy. So again, if you agree with me that, okay, you should have a stop somewhere if the trade doesn't work, and where are you going to put it? Well, I usually do it by sizing up on no less than a 5-minute chart, maybe a 15-minute chart, where I think there is what I would consider a support area. There was a lot of action, seemed to be holding that price. So if it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. My suggestion, though, because that comes with some experience, and it can be subjective, maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Why? Well, that's a defined number, isn't it? So there's no guessing. The low of the previous 5-minute candle. So let's just say that everything looked good. You want to take the trade. You were able to check every box. And now you're going to put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. So that's all well and good. But now, how much are you going to risk on the trade? So if it doesn't work, how much are you want to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? So I mean, if you've got a $5,000 account, I would hope it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. You could be wiped out in 5 trades. That's it. You're gone. So in the simulator, I like to show you risking $100 a trade, and that's why I took 500 shares, because how I share size is it's all going to be based on my entry, my stop. In this case, it was 20 cents away. I'm going to divide that 20 cents into $100. I get 500 shares. Conversely, if I 500 shares, if I get stopped out for a 20 cent loss, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. Okay. Now, how I trade is I keep my risk amount about the same every trade. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I keep it all about the same every trade. So that's why I say in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade, just to show you how that's done. So I mean, there's a lot to this. You can see right off the bat. Okay, I need a checklist. Now I got to figure out where I'm going to put my stop, and then that's going to share size me. That's why you've got to practice. Use our simulator. Practice. Okay, now they said they fixed this bug. I want to see if that's correct. Because these are hotkeys. So this will get you out of a trade. Flatten will get you out of a trade. This gets you out of half your trade. This doubles your position, okay? These are just some hotkeys to use. I'm going to exit this trade. I'm going to explain why. Should have, I'm going to have to do another one because I needed something that is going to be a little more dramatic. Because what was happening when I was exiting the trade, it was doubling the profit and loss. There was a bug in it. Ugh, I tried to short that riot earlier and I just couldn't get it. The uptick rule was nailed me. Boy, this has been a star. I know you guys were talking about it earlier. What a star this one has been today. BWV. Wow. Is there news on it? I don't see any news on it. It's a super low float, 3.5 million in the float. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. I can't remember if there was news last week. This is the daily. I remember seeing this. Hindenburg, short Twitter. Let's take a look at Hindenburg or Twitter right now. Okay, so Hindenburg, the notorious short seller Hindenburg, shorting Twitter. So here's a news release today. Shareholder, I'm not going to try to pronounce this name, confirms a pact with Elon Musk. So okay, so some of you may be wondering, well, why would Twitter be moving down regardless of what the Hindenburg is saying or anything else? Because the buyouts at 54.20. So why wouldn't I just buy it now and wait for that to be taken out at 54.20 or 54.20? Well, because that buyout is still probably months away, and anything can happen between now and then. Now, we're not saying Elon's pulling out or anything like that, but anything can happen. So, it's not a 100% done deal. It could be regulators get involved. I mean, there'd be a lot of reasons why it doesn't go through. I'm not saying that's going to happen at all, but that's why, it's not 54.20 right now. Very nice one from the AI guys. There's that alert, 3660 GH, 3314 now, up almost 10% on that short. And there were a ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, so I'm assuming there was no issue shorting, probably for most brokerages. Well, Roger, I was just saying, I mean, when will it be done? It could be months from now. Okay, guys, I have to take a trade here. I have to take something that is really moving because I have to check to see whether or not another earnings play. May 10th tomorrow for BHC. Wow. Yeah, so there's no date, there's no date. Okay, this will be all done by, August 20th. There's no date like that. And I just like PJ is saying, I mean, lots of financing has to come together, regulatory. Okay, I'm just going to do this, guys. I want to take a lot of shares of this. I'm going to short it. Okay, the plug, because what I want to see a big difference here in the P&L. I want to see that max P&L start to move. I'm talking, this is in the simulator. This I'm sure. So a shorted plug. I'm going to explain why, because what was happening is that this total P&L, when it was exiting a trade, it would double the position. It would double whatever that number was, approximately double it. And they say that's been cured, so we'll see. I'm trying to get a decent number. You want to practice shorting. This is a great way to do it, guys. People have never shorted before and are confused about it. Pretty simple. Just click the sell button and send it. Now you're short. And remember, all shorting is all you want is when you short something, you want the price to go down. It's just a reversal. Normally when you buy something, of course you want the price to go up. You sell higher, you make money. When you short something, you hope it goes down. You sell it at a lower cover, it's called cover at a lower price, you make money. Oof. And NVCT got halted on the way down also. Wow, NVCT got halted on the way down. Guys, this was going to be a long-term swing trade for me. Obviously, I'm not in this anymore. This NKTX. I was holding this from 18, okay, and it kept struggling to get through that 20. And of course, I still had to. I basically got out flat. I was up almost a couple of dollars on this one, but I did not like the way everything was trading. And now, again, we're very glad that I did not hold this. This is the NKTX. They did the financing at 15, but like virtually every other stock, I mean, nobody wants to buy anything right now. Okay, I'm going to get out of this trade. I want to see, it says minus 30 right now. If I flatten it, okay, minus 40 right now. I'm going to flatten it. This should say approximately minus 40. Let's hope it doesn't say minus 80. Okay, so that was approximate because as it took its time to get out of the trade, it probably dropped just a little bit more. Okay, so I think that bug has been fixed. Otherwise, that would have said about minus 100. Of course, this was only in the simulator. Okay, now what I'm going to do. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, I see what's happened here. So this is so the PSQ. So this is going long. This is the an ETF for going short. So you buy it if you think the market's going down. Okay, so this is a way in which you can actually, if you don't want to short individual stocks, you're not allowed to for whatever reason. You can buy these like the pro shorts. Not easy though. I mean, when I say not easy, it's easy enough mechanically to do it, but you've got to pay attention. And then eBay, my goodness, why are they buying eBay? The long in eBay here. That's in the AI. Well, I mean, this one still has room. I think I saw, what was it down here? The next low was 32.33 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. So, I mean, this still has some room to run if you took this one on. If you took this one from the AI on the short for GH, and plenty of shorts available. And at the time of the alert, was not down 10%. Okay, so AUST is just showed up on ZackScan. Well, yeah, 1104 showed up on ZackScan. This is a topping play potentially, but boy, this is really moving here. No, okay, that's right. This was that IPO from last week. That's right. They got crazy. That's right. So now you see shorts are available for the first 2 days. For me anyway, shorts weren't available, but now they are available at Interactive Brokers. Not many, only 24,000. Martin, if you have Interactive Brokers, it's really simple. I don't know who your broker is. If you other brokers, I can't help you. But if you have Interactive Brokers, this is this little window that you can have up, and this is telling you exactly how many shorts are available. And if there weren't any, it would say none. Well, it would say we would have to find them for you or something like that. So who's your broker, Martin? Yeah, so E-Trade, I don't know. William, who has E-Trade, tells me that there is not something like that in E-Trade. Why? I have no idea. So I can't help you on E-Trade. Crazy. It's absolutely insane that there's not something like that with E-Trade. Boy, EVs, I mean, everything in disarray, but my goodness, EVs, Riven. So Riven had a little bit of a pop, remember at the beginning, and now a lifetime low. So for instance, this is what it would say. If I tried to short Riven, it says the contract in E-Trade, I'm sorry, Interactive Brokers. So at this point, I would have to have them do a locate for me, which I don't do. You know, by the time they maybe find some shares for me to short and it would be expensive, you know, I don't care about it anymore. Wow, Riven. Oh man. Is there a strategies page for the pre-built scans for trade ideas? I don't know what you mean by that, Stephen. I mean, here are all the pre-built scans. You know, if you click on new from our toolbar, dock channel bar. So here are the pre-built scans. And of course, I'm sharing a lot of mine too. But here are a lot of the pre-built scans right here. So if you clicked on momentum, you know, here's what it's going to look like. So here's a scan. And if you want to find out what it's looking for, any scan, anything, you just right click, configure, and summary. Okay, and then it's going to tell you exactly what it's looking for. And then what the trigger is, in this case, a new high. So is that what you mean? So again, Stephen, is that what you meant? I mean, the best thing to do is take a look at a scan and just right click and click on summary, and it'll tell you what it's looking for. You know, a momentum scan. I mean, that's some of them are pretty. It's pretty obvious. I think most of the way they're named. Okay, and we've got, you know, explosive winners. Probably not too many today. We have an earnings scan. Earnings. We've got short squeezes, sector status, stocks that are moving down now. So I'm not, you know, I mean, they're pretty well defined. So you see something there. There's the, you know, the BWV, the one that was just ripping here, but it's fallen now. But the biggest gainers from the open. You want to, again, right click, configure, summary. Tells you exactly what it's looking for. Just go to my home page in LAL. Just go to my home page and Zach scans are there. Okay. Go to my home page, go to the, okay, when you click on my home page link, then you'll see this. And then go to the scan section right here. Click here. And Zach's bouncers and toppers right here. Okay. All-time lows for DraftKings. It's just amazing to me. I mean, DraftKings is just, I mean, they're everywhere advertised. Yeah, another all-time low. Nothing is safe. Nothing is safe right now, guys. There's no safe sector. If oil ever goes down through 100, and well, I'm sure, I have a feeling it's going to, but and then really starts to move down to that, you know, 90, 80, 70 mark. Right now, oil is still holding above 100, 104, 107, Brent 104, but pretty big drops. Well, look at GME, guys. Now, again, every time we've written this stock off, especially when it breaks 100, I mean, is this the time finally that it breaks 100, stays there, and goes back to whatever, 16? What's AMC doing? Right, just a minute, please. My YouTube just kicked out. My YouTube, my Bluetooth. Come on. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just having a Bluetooth issue here. Here we go. All right, guys, I am now just kind of watching some my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything that might be bouncing at all. And the answer is so far no. Boy, this AUST, yeah, boy, this is whew. I mean, it's interesting. You got to be awfully careful. The shorts are being snapped up in Interactive Brokers. Now there are 15,000 left. There were 25 when I last looked. So there are definitely people taking this short at Interactive Brokers anyway. Where did it come from? It came from 250. Boy, this is still, got to be careful. I mean, I like to short this, but you got to be careful because, I mean, this could do something really insane. It shouldn't, but it could. like that. Look at that. I mean, I was really considering shorting right around 330. I mean, it's probably going to turn into a wonderful short later, but you know, it's tricky. It's tricky trying to play these tops, you know, wondering where it's going to stop. And I'm keeping an eye on the shorts being snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Now there are 13,000 left from the 25 when I first looked. Boy, remember how great Peabody was? Seems like years ago now. BTU, remember how great this was? Moving higher, higher, and higher. Energy play. So here's my gap continuation or reverse, and it just gap down and go over and over and over and over again, okay? Gap down and go. My guess is that there was not one gap up and go. Let me just see if I could, not one gap up and go today from this scan. Yeah, they're trying to defend that 400, Zach. I know you mentioned that one. They're trying to defend that 400 on the SPY. Yeah, I mean, this is still pretty strong. This AUST is still pretty strong. The volume is not tailed off. It's all about the volume, guys. You know, the volume is not tailed off. What time is it? 11:22. This has the chance to be a bigger volume bar than this one. It still has 8 minutes to close. Okay, so look at the volume that came in. The volume is still strong until the volume stops. You know, that's when you probably see the decline in price. You're starting to get some little topping tails. The 5 minute chart. Yeah, I mean, there's no, unless you're in something that is just absolutely on its own, trading on its own. But look at Newell here, guys. NWL. Man, I remember when this was a lot. Well, there's GME at 100 now. Another one, look at the LXU. Look at the gap underneath on the monthly chart for LXU. Way down here around 920. There's the next lows are around 15 to 12, 12 to 15 on the weekly chart. So again, if you won't short, I don't know what you're doing exactly. I guess you're just sitting this out. And that AI short is continuing to work. Now 12.5%, 12.4%. There's Blink, I mean BLNK, another EV play, high flying EV play at 60. When was that? That was a little over a year ago, $60 stock, 16 now. Maybe support around 10. I tried to get a little short on that AUST. I missed it. I'm not going to chase it down. Yeah, I mean, this is just indiscriminate now. I mean, there's no, I can't, yeah, I mean, you have to really be convinced that to go along something right now that it is either, well, bounce plays, I think right now are completely out. I mean, I'm not saying nothing will bounce, but until the market stops moving down, you might get a bounce play, but it may not be that much. So you're looking at maybe little scalp bounces, perhaps. Ah, sugar. Well, hopefully some of you guys got this AUST short. I just missed it. I'm trying to get it at 353 and then it went to 351, then 348. I just didn't want to chase it down. Obviously, had I chased it down, it would have worked okay, but my crystal ball did not say this was going to happen. So let me see the SPY and let's get it into some kind of context also, okay? Let's take a look at a monthly chart. So of course this is, we're still only the ninth, but yeah, look at this. I mean, I had a horrible month last month, but the 2 months previous to that, basically it closed there at the 2 months, the two lows, but now it's broken down. Here's the bottom of the pandemic. Is it imagine that 200, the bottom of the pandemic, 200, 215 or so. Well, guys, I keep talking about this one. This GH from the AI, 3660 on the short, 32 now, 12.5%. And what's nice about it, what's really, really beautiful about it, check this 15-minute chart out, check the 2-minute chart out, check the 5-minute chart out. Hands up, what do you see? What do you see when you look at the 2-minute, the 5-minute, and the 15-minute chart? What do you see on this GH short? Don't be shy. No takers? Come on, somebody's got to know. When you look at the 2-minute, the 5-minute, and the 15-minute chart for GH, somebody's got to know. No dumb answers, guys. Nope, nope. There you go, Vicky. Vicky, I hate to have to say that you were the right one. No, I'm just kidding you, Vicky. Stress-free trade, baby, as she says. Look at this 2-minute chart, guys. I mean, it is basically been straight down. You don't get any like massive like green candles to knock you out of the trade, even on a 2-minute chart. No, like a lot of times, you look at it, these lower time frames, and you can get kind of whipped out if you're looking. So even on a 2-minute chart, this has just been virtually stress-free all the way down. Of course, on a 15, just red candle after red candle. The 5-minute, stress-free trade. I mean, that's what you absolutely want. It's not just that, yeah, David, it's a downtrend, but how many times do we see a trade that, yeah, at the end it's all down, but in the middle, if you're in this trade, maybe they had a big giant green candle that knock you out, and then it comes right back down. Nothing like that for this trade. So the ability to stay in this trade was awesome. And these are the types of trades that you look for because they're not necessarily easy to find. And it's a lot of it is after the fact, of course. We didn't know this was going to happen, but man, oh man. So if you were in this trade, there was nothing, no reason to get out. No reason, zero reason to exit this trade. All right, guys, it's 11:33. Just want to see who is in our YouTube room. All right, so it is Chris. So Chris will be in our YouTube room at let's see, in about a little less, about 20 minutes from now. Okay, I take my break at noon. Not really a break, guys, but I do a video and a bunch of other things, but it's a break from being on the mic. Well, it's a psychological letter, psychological letter. It's just a psychological level, TRD 400. I mean, it's like obviously a massive whole number, but it's a psychological level. I mean, I'm sort of trying to find some little bounce plays now. I mean, with these stocks that are just been beaten up now, trying to find some kind of bounce play, but until this market stops, it doesn't have to be going higher. It just has to stop going lower. Okay, even basing just a little bit. And a bounce play to me would just be a scalp bounce. Unless we remember Friday, I mean, we had a great day on Friday. If you recall, look at the SPY on Friday. Well, you know what? Let me get a big SPY chart out. So this is what happened on Friday right here. We had a big down day, but then we had about an hour and a half or so of almost, not quite, because we had this bottoming tail here, but at least the trend was up, then down and then up. But I mean, here, there were a lot of bounce plays right here. Somebody was talking about Luminar earlier, LAZR, but again, it just gave it up. Almost an all-time low. The all-time low, obviously, is on Friday at 10:03, so we're almost there. Let's put an alert at 10, see if it takes it out. Whoops. See if it takes it out later. TNON, Tenon or something. What is it called? Tenon Medical. Yeah, so this was the IPO'd here, I guess. Yeah, IPO'd here. I mean, as far as, especially in the sector it's in, though really no sector is safe, but it's actually performed pretty well considering. I mean, the all-time high is up here at 44.16. So problem is, yeah, just low volume, very low volume. Yeah. Well, why are you moving higher? Look at News Corp. NWS had earnings on the 5th. Of course, big down reaction here. Continuation on Friday. It's actually popping out of some consolidation, a little bit of consolidation, or I guess a mini little flag there. NWS. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but this one is not moving down right now. NWS. See if there's any specific news. I love it when I see these analysts and they're cutting their, like here I'm looking at this one, cutting their price target for NWS to 45, which means they had it way higher. And what do they think? That people are going to say, oh, okay, well 45 isn't bad from 17. Remember this one on Friday? SIDU, or is it Thursday? Had the big day. Thursday, no, Friday had the big day. SIDU got up to 455, sold all the way off down to 3, and now right back where it was. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, glimmer, and I mean glimmer of hope here on the SPY. Actually, a green bar hold or forming. Time is at 11:42, so this has another 2.5 minutes to close. And before people ask me, well, how do I know that? Okay, guys, pretty simple math. It's a 15-minute candle. Okay, it started at 11:30. I checked my clock. It's at we're at 11:42, 30 seconds. 2.5 minutes. Yeah, that one ticks me off a bit, but now there are no shorts of. Well, wait a minute. Let me see if there's still shorts available for AUST at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, it's 9,000, but too late for me now. And as you say, it's just about gone red. Yeah, we're seeing some bounces now with the SPY. I'm seeing RIVN as an example, bouncing with the SPY. RIVN moving here, moving here. This one really, I mean, there's a green candle here. So if you're in this GH, I mean, there is maybe the area in which you might want to start covering some. Okay, maybe. This is not advice. I'm just showing you what I'm seeing. A little bit of lift in the 5 minute. There's a green candle here. That's the first one. Of course, still has another, well, 10 seconds to close. So that'll be the first green candle for GH. But again, do we really believe we're going to have a rally? Hey, we might. This is a green candle. This is the first one of the day on the SPY. All right, guys, I've got no new alerts, or I've had no new alerts in the last little while. Just kind of checking. Well, you know what? The Newell actually, again, for a small little move, didn't do too badly. NWL. This was moving in advance of the SPY moving, so NWL, and it's through the 200-day moving. Is that right? 2337. So it's just sort of at that 200-day moving average area. NWL. And it's starting to move a little bit here. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 2355. Then after that, 2307. So I'm wrong, 2420. So if it can get through the 200-day and it gets through that 2355, it has a little bit of room to the 24 level. Okay, for maybe and for whatever reason, it is moving. And that is NWL. All right, guys, so before I take my break in about 12 minutes from now, I'm just going to one last time just put in the test drive link. You want to try us out for the 10 trading days? So I just put the test drive link in. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So it starts on the 16th, so a week from today. That's when you start getting live data. Remember now, our live data starts at 4 in the morning Eastern time. Okay, we run 4 in the morning to 8 at night Eastern time, 8 p.m. at night. Okay, and so for $11.11, that's what it'll cost you. You'll get 10 trading days. If you're a standard subscriber and you'd like to upgrade to our premium service for those 11 days to get access to the AI, you can do so also. It will cost you $11.11. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? And I want to emphasize that because we get so many emails, and every email has to be answered. I mean, that's the problem, you know. So we've got what I call, important emails that should get answered, but then we get all these emails from people who don't read. Anyway, we don't put you into a subscription. Now, on Friday, this Friday though, at around 10 after, an hour after the market closes, you will have access to the program. So again, my recommendation is to take a look at my homepage. My homepage link in again. So take a look at my homepage and then click on this Let's Get Started. Okay, and then you can run through some of the very basic features of Trade Ideas, but also let's get started. I mean, the download and installation, your first startup and login, things like that, okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes. I would do that first. And then you can take a look at the guide. And then you can take a look at the guide, go to the education section right here. And then you can take a look at the user guide. Don't get hung up on how much stuff is there. You probably, in my opinion, you probably just want to focus on the channel bar and the alert and top list windows, just to, show you what they're all about. And in the channel bar, you'll see there are a lot of theme-based channels. So we have plenty of scans for you. You don't have to know how to create a scan at all if you don't want to. And of course, I am sharing a lot of my own scans. So, and you can start doing that an hour after the market closes on Friday. And of course, as long as you want to spend on the Saturday and Sunday to get yourself prepared for the test drive. If you're going to take it seriously, don't just come in and think, well, okay, now I'm going like from scratch, like learn a little bit about the program before you take the test drive. And the support that we have now, this room is like this Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. every week. Okay, it's nothing special for the test drive. We have other traders in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. We have Chris Varley in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So we've got a lot of support for you, not just because of the test drive. That is just ongoing support. Guys, remember I was talking about NWL, taking out that 2350 mark. Yeah, coin is, I mentioned that in the pre-market, that break under 100, just awesome. I mean, just awesome. Break under 100. I mean, where's this going? I mean, this was what? This was a much ballyhooed IPO. This was going to be the one, guys. Boy, anybody who shorted that AUST, oh brother, that's a great percentage move. A great percentage move. There's where we're trying to get it, right around that 350 mark, and then I tried one more time and just couldn't get it because it was moving so quickly, and I didn't want to chase it. I mean, yeah, in retrospect, should have chased it, of course, but you don't know that. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in our YouTube room, probably in about 4 or 5 minutes. So I just want to get my announcement in. Boy, another one, ADCT, another, oh, you know, I don't know, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, 9 months ago, all we could see were stocks making new highs, lifetime highs, lifetime highs, lifetime high after a lifetime high after a lifetime high. What a change now. Lifetime low after a lifetime low after a lifetime low. Yeah, well, those crazy little memers don't want to let GME really collapse under 100, not yet anyway. Like I'm sure there are some little bounces happening, but few and far between, and probably the bounce is just not that extensive. Ah, Vicky, one of a kind. Well, there's your bouncer ribbon. Obviously, that's what you were talking about. All right. Well, actually, we've got two green bars. Unbelievable. Two green bars now in the SPY. Will we have this rally that we love, for an hour and a half? There he is. I hear you just popped in. If you can hear me.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
All right, and I can hear you. So we're good.
Lovely. I will change the screen.
Okay, I'll put myself on mute once you've done that.
All right, and see what you can do about getting us a nice bounce on the SPY while you're on mute.
Yeah, well, it's bouncing. Look at it.
A little bit. Yeah. Well,
two green candles. Come on.
I figured
Okay,
when we
Chris,
hit
we'll see you in
400,
about an
that
hour.
would be it. All right, I'll see you then, Barry.
Bye.
So happy Monday to everybody. Hopefully you are all navigating the market safely today. As we've discussed so much over the last several weeks, big changing in the winds and all those kinds of things. But a day trader's market, that is a specialty of trade ideas, is the day trader's market. So we play what we have. BWV just happened to have a chart of that up. Nice little move off of that today here. Caught that on a few races. Let's see, bring over a drawing tool. There we go. So see, we got 5 winners on it there. Not sure if any of these other races actually caught it, to be honest. I've seen it on these, but I don't know if it's caught it as a winner. So, all right, we got 1 there. Looks like that's it. So, anywho, let's see what else. When it jumps on me like that. News Corp trying to get a bit of a bounce here. Kind of an ugly looking chart though, so not something I consider to trade, but for others, they might see that and want to take a shot at it. Might consider it overdone a little bit from the sell-off on their earnings and trying to find a bounce back a little bit. So, all right, with all that said, if folks want to look at anything, you want to discuss anything, please fire away in the questions panel for me. And some other things that I happened to look at today. I was watching Facebook or Meta, or what are they feel like calling themselves today? And it's right around where I saw it in the pre-market. I saw it was making a big gap down in the pre-market. And I was surprised that it made the bounce that it actually did. I thought it was really going to be a gap down and go, which technically is what we have, but I just didn't think we'd see the bounce that we saw, that short one that had in that first 15 minutes. But, they continue to just be weak. I'm guessing they're not doing anything to help their brand at this point. And if nothing else, I'd say we've got a pretty well-defined head and shoulders happening right there. Does it break down further? I have no idea, but I like to do chart patterns. So, measured target, top of head to neckline. That looks about right. And so, somewhere in the 150s is definitely within the realm of possibility. screenshot of that one for the books and just see what happens there. Alrighty, there we go. So you're an awfully silent bunch at the moment. Let's see, iHeartRadio. Oof. The drubbings just continue. And this was a stock that grinded higher for like a year or something like that, right? Yeah, nice move that it had made coming out of the pandemic lows or into the first pandemic fall. Just made a nice move. All the way up, slow grinder, a decent sized float, nothing crazy here, 117 on that. So, I've seen stocks with bigger floats move around, but move around much quicker than that. But really topped out back here in the middle of last year, almost a year ago now. And just been a slow, steady grind back the other way with this called capitulation sell-off. I mean, it's not exactly a dynamic stock to start with, but anyways, interesting popping up on the radar here. What else is happening? THS, food company, fruit and vegetable canning. Interesting. So I was looking at Campbell's Soup today is making a big move. Smucker's Jelly as well. So I think we're seeing these kind of flights to bargain food, safety deals, all that kind of stuff like that, given the environment that we are entering, depending on whose articles you're reading and what you believe and what you're seeing and all those things like that. People will be tightening the old budgets. So that's a buyout there, not very interesting. Bear ETF, that is interesting. And you all remain fairly silent on me here. Fair enough. It's an ugly looking sector list today. Again, I don't pay a whole lot of heed to the VXX, to be honest with you at this point, but the actual VIX, I believe, was over 34 last I looked. So let's see. Yeah, almost a 35, 34.8 on the VIX. So that's that. Any suggestions of what I could be doing after close, help prepare for the next day? Well, I would say if you have chart patterns that you like or setups that you like, whether they be from the long or short side, start scanning to look for things that might be setting up into the next day like that. So, for example, if you're looking on the short side, start scanning for stocks that, were closing near their lows or near some kind of significant low, whether you're using position 5-day, 10-day, 20-day range, and then putting them on a list, whether it's your liked or create a symbols list or something like that, I would say, like a watch list to make. And of course, vice versa, if you are still trying to look for stuff to the long side, I'd look for stuff like that. I think, for people that are trying to look for stuff either side, we're still in earnings season here. I don't think we're reporting nearly nearly as many earnings this week as we did last week. But all the same, you might want to look at stuff that's near earnings also, within your price ranges of stocks and things like that. and seeing how they might be setting some price alerts, I would suggest also. And my big thing with price alerts is I would really, really, really keep your price alerts to the setups that you think are the most quality. I think, a lot of people, they do things with price alerts and, they'll have like, 50, 60, 70, 80 price alerts here. I really only put price alerts on things that I'm really looking at that I'm going to make, possibly making some kind of action on. These are actually price alerts from, I don't know, it was Wednesday or Thursday of last week. I just didn't clear anything out because there was nothing setting up going into today that I liked. And so if I was going to trade anything, it would have been a day trade. And I just set price alerts based on any of that coming out of these scans here. So I just didn't clean any of those price alerts up. But, I think the biggest thing for traders is, and I'm speaking from my own experience and all of the, the cliches that I read over the years that always end up being true, is that we just see too many things. We're trying to focus on too many things at once, leaving us with no focus at all. So, you have X amount of scans, those generate ideas, and then you have to filter those ideas to the most quality. And that's how I use the price alerts, is to filter to the most quality, actionable ideas from there. And that's what I do. The next part of a filter also, I'd say, is using watch lists, symbols lists, whatever you want to call them, with either attaching them to some kind of simple alert, taking out some kind of previous high or something, or just a simple top list that, you can just constantly have a look at those half a dozen symbols, whatever it is. Those would be my big suggestions, essentially. The big takeaway, I guess, of what I'm trying to illustrate here is your preparation should be taking all the idea generation that you have and narrowing it down to the most likely actionable ideas on that list, through a series of exercises, be it symbols lists attached to either an alert window or top list into those price alerts. And then, do you think we've had any capitulation yet? Nope, none whatsoever. The closest thing I think we've had to capitulation would be, these couple of days here, that set there, and this set here. But I mean, every time we start to have that, we get some sort of bounce. So one would have to believe 400 is a really major level. I don't think we just bust right through it and head down. I think it's, we're going to just flirt and dance with these levels as we continue to make the steps back down. So, I won't be surprised to see some kind of bounce. I really, outside of something happening news-wise or anything like that, I don't see us testing that 420 level again for a while. I say a while, I'll say this trading week, we will not test 420 again. I'd almost want to go as far as to say next week, but that's not really who I am and what I do. For fun, I'll say it, but I don't really believe that, in the sense of, I don't believe in making long-term predictions like that in my technical analysis. But the trend, I think, if you don't see it now, the trend is clear. I was one of those people that was in a camp that I thought we're going to chop sideways for a long time. I think we're breaking down out of that sideways chop, and that chop sideways is kind of based on, this level is these levels in here. I think we busted through that. We're flirting with that 400 and below here. It's not a sideways chop anymore on this basis of this chart right here. Now, someone could argue with me. We can right click time frame and go to weekly. And I joke with Michael all the time, how, he always says people forget, the bear markets of, 2020 and 2018. And I always say those don't count. Now, I kind of, count this, don't count this, it's whatever. But, that's a bear market right there. It happened, definition of bear market, 20% off your highs. That's what we got. So I wish this was in a logarithmic scale, because this really is a chart crime here. But if we did this in a logarithmic chart, this would not appear way up here. This would actually appear more down here. And these would be squashed down a little bit more. And anyways, my point being is that one could say, we've been going sideways for a couple of years, essentially, through this here. They can make that argument if they wanted to, especially the further down we come. So everything becomes relative based on time and perspective. And how you want to chart technically. But I do not think we've had capitulation. If we get capitulation, I think that'll be closer to signaling a bottom. And a bottom does not mean, oh, we bottomed, time to go back up again. I think a bottom will mean, running, a lot of this stuff here, maybe even still more of a slow grind before doing that. It'll be 5 months, 10 months, 20 months, 27 months. I have no idea. I think nobody can answer that question. Lots of people can answer it. Nobody truly knows the question. Someone will get it right because, someone gets it right all the time. Then they'll be the genius of the next decade and whatever else, Just, worth noting, the things that are worth noting here is, when was the last time we saw this many down weeks on a SPY chart in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Obviously this doesn't count because that's one candle out of, 1 day out of a 5-day set of data on this candle. But it's been a while since we've seen something like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we bounced real hard off of that pandemic low. So, we take from these things what we will. I won't be running right out to put any long-term money to work, but I'll be looking close. Will I be looking close for a week before it happens? Will I be looking close for 6 months before it happens? I don't know. When I feel, based on technical levels that, we might be nearing some sort of end of the pain, or I feel I'm comfortable enough that enough pain has happened that I want to now participate and I don't mind participating on the downside, waiting for an upturn on a longer term. Look at these big levels here. Pre-pandemic highs. I think, there's a lot of people that have that marked on their radar. Is that possible? I don't see any reason it's not possible. Will it do it? I have no idea. Also worth noting on this weekly chart, depending on how we zoom in and out, head and shoulders here as well. And so back to that 370 level. So on a weekly chart and a daily chart, we have fractal patterns that are showing up now with the SPY. And I think that's super worth noting. So with all that said, no capitulation for me yet. And I keep, I've been one of those people since back, I'll say here on this, that do we get that big capitulation, or do we just grind people into the dust, the dip buyers into the dust right up until they are all dead and long gone? I have no idea. I also think it's worth noting, you have all these people, bubble, we're going to pop. Like, well, didn't the bubble kind of already pop and there's parts of it still deflating? And that is really incredible. That is an incredible move. Look at that move, from 700 essentially to 175. Or 160, whatever. I think it was like 170 something. Either way, even if it was to 200. That is an incredible move. All right, here's another one for you. All right, from here to here, I think the bubble popped. How much more has to deflate? Obviously, there's more. Is this DraftKings? I can't remember. Yeah. All right, from 70 something to 11. I mean, how much more do you want it to go down, before we say, the bubble is popped without a question, so you have some of these things that have made such dramatic moves already while the underlying averages still held up. That these are the things that make me wonder, do we get that capitulation or not? I don't know. I personally think we don't get the capitulation that we saw during the pandemic. Maybe something to half of that kind of speed and strength, but I don't think we'll see something like we saw in the financial crisis or the beginning of the pandemic. I think there's been areas of the bubble that have popped and have gone more than others. And so while the rest of them catch up, it'll still just continue to be this grind. I mean, and this all is more reflective in here than it is the spies, but all the same, I think, all this is worth noting. So I just want to switch back to a daily chart here. And again, I want to show on the SPY again, because we're talking about fractal patterns and how powerful fractal patterns are. Again, we glean from this what we want. But I feel like that's a big deal to see the SPY have on the daily and weekly head and shoulders. And now the weekly head and shoulders looks much nicer than the daily head and shoulder. Steve messaging, I want a triple bowl food ETF. You and me both, Steve. That would be interesting. Certainly worth noting here. Be dry. And again, it's not a super liquid ETF. I mean, trading 100,000 shares just under today, just under what it normally does in a day, but certainly worth noting. And this is this is shipping goods, keeping the global supply chain flowing and moving. So all stuff to really worth note. Let's see if I top tick this one here. I said I remain bullish on natural gas, especially. But taking a drubbing here today, and the reason why I equate this with natural gas so much right now is because I think people fail to understand that regardless if we're moving to a rechargeable society for everything, obviously, we have phones and lawnmowers and leaf blowers and all that stuff is going in this direction. Cars, I think that we don't even have to mention cars, obviously. But the bottom line is batteries store energy. They do not create energy. We still have to create this energy somehow. And I think people are going to look more and more to natural gas. And, the countries that produce it are going to want to explore it more. They're going to want to export it more. Whether they go kicking and screaming, that'll be another story. And so that's why I remain bullish because this is an exploration stock, or this relates to exploration stocks of those here. But I was teasing last week saying, I do kind of foresee this still going. I think I'd throw it on a weekly chart here. Going back towards this level in here, in this 475-ish level, give or take. 175-ish level, give or take. And then, we'll see from there. I can argue, anything I want. Anybody can do the same thing, we have a bull flag happening here. Maybe. Is it just topping out? Maybe. I don't know. But, my bet currently is this here, and that it's headed there. And if I'm wrong, so be it. If I'm right, so be it. But I was teasing myself right now, saying I guess I top ticked it by saying that it's heading back up there. the message I was responding to that's going on there. So yeah, we were talking about ETFs and stuff here. So, also XLE, energy overall. You can't expect to make moves like this and not find some kind of pullback. And again, you look at this and we say to ourselves also, if the energy sector falls apart as well as everything else that's fallen apart, but he braced themselves for a really bad recession. I mean, that's all there is to it. It's funny. I met a few people, it's a couple of weeks ago now in DC, that believe that that's what the Fed actually wants. They want a big recession, to even the playing field of a lot of things. They had all kinds of thoughts and reasoning and logic behind all of it. I don't think the Fed wants a big recession, but I do think they, there's no cure for high prices like high prices, as the saying goes. And so they can get people, staying home, spending less to bring down, supply crunches and all those things like that, like what happened in 2008. Not the high prices part of 2008, but the supply contraction in 2008. You had all these retailers and tech inventories that had, they were just, stuff sitting on shelves and, in warehouses, and that all had to go. And so what was the solution to all that? A big crunch of, slow down in manufacturing and making of goods until those supply issues, until that big glut worked itself out. And so I think what we'll see first is a glut happen where, things will sit on shelves for a while, right up until, high prices cure themselves, essentially. Find them. The more basic you keep economic talk, the more true it always seems to be. What is Trade Ideas really good at? If I build trading plan, I want to start with what the software does best. Well, I think it's first to I don't know, this becomes chicken or egg. What is Trade Ideas good at? Pointing to you what's moving right now. It's one of the things we're best at. That's what these races are. These are things that are moving right this second. There's no question. ENR, let's take a look, whether it's moving up or down right now. ENR is moving right this second. Beautiful, easy, no problem seeing that. All right. We have, time-stamped alerts. So if I can, I can come here and I can load something. I created a parabolic scan a couple of weeks ago that's turned out to be very popular among people. I don't personally use it. It was just an exercise we did. But, here's the scan. All right. And come through the history of today. And I don't trade like this, generally speaking. But, this thing has found great stuff from the long and short side. So, here's this alert on BTTX. All right. Caught the top of it. Would have got a nice short out of that if you wanted. ZG. Now the history is going to show the alerts over and over again as they go up, but 39.87. That would have been a beautiful, easy, painless short right through all this right here. Beautiful. All right. And that was catching it at 39.78 all the way up. And you can set this to not repeat, every minute or 5 minutes, however you want to do that in that regard. So it becomes a little bit of chicken and egg. Do I make the strategy first? Do I make my trading strategy first, or do I build the scans first? I would say that if you really don't know what direction you go, you're a new trader, you don't know what your strategy is, you don't know what you want to do, the first thing I'd say is, who are you as a person? Are you good at moving and multitasking? And when I say this, please understand that time and time again, it has been more than beyond proven. Human beings are terrible at multitasking in general. We are horrible at it. All right. So, but consider these things for real, and try to be as unbiased as yourself. Me, when things are whipping and moving all over the place, I don't react well to it. I get too scatterbrained. I get lost in the flashing lights. I know myself. All right. Now, I only discovered this through actual trading. So again, becomes chicken or egg, whether you can do this or not. But I think figuring out or knowing who you are as a human being plays a huge role into who you are as a trader. And, while we can train ourselves to do most anything, I think you'll find it very difficult to unlearn habits that you've developed over an entire lifetime. If you're in your 20s, probably a lot easier than in your 30s and 40s and so on, obviously. But, creating alerts with these timestamp things like this based on, am I looking for stuff that's, breaking on a new high, or is it a standard deviation break, or is it some kind of range break? Am I looking, are my strategies based on Bollinger Bands or RSI? Are they based on ADX? Are they based on simple moving averages, so on and so forth? Because what you have to understand is, while we can ask all these questions, when you have 500 data points to create a scan from, all right, you got to start to narrow stuff down and choose things. So every one of these icons in here is an alert. It's an event, all right, for creating time-stamped alert windows, okay? We can scroll through any of these, and there's nobody that's an expert on every single one of these. Anybody that says they are is a liar. And then once we've decided on an alert, we've got to go with these filters, figure out, what's my price range that I like to trade, and these are things that I think you cannot answer the price range you like to trade before you have, at least started paper trading. That becomes, so some questions are answered in different order based on strategy versus scanning also. So it just involves a lot of trial and error. And some people prefer to build scans starting with the filters first. Some people prefer to build a scan starting with the alert first. If you're really hung up on alert and you're not sure what alert to use, maybe start with the top list. So we're looking at an alert configure. We can come to new. We can come to top list configure instead. All right. The thing that I like about top lists now that I did not like about them in the past are these races. So essentially, I don't need the alert or event. I can say, all right, I've got this whole set of filters that I really want to look at. I think I have a trading strategy based on it, whether it's on gaps or consecutive candles or a change over a certain period of time. Once I've built the top list and, to pick on this top list here, all right, great. I've got this table of data, returns all kinds of wonderful stuff. But how do I know something's actually moving in this? All right. And what I'm saying is that, all these are sitting here like this. And what if the XLC is really making a move up right now, but it's not reflected in what's going on in these numbers here? Well, that's where I can use the race. And I can say, hey, race, I want you to take everything this top list is already showing me and now show me how it's moving. And I can decide, do I want to see it's moving on an RSI? Do I want to see it's moving on a relative volume? Do I want to see it's moving on 5-minute volume? Do I want to see it's moving on a percent move away from an SMA, for example? And that's why I like the races so much, because sometimes I find it hard to link a set of filters, excuse me, losing my train of thought, link a set of filters with an alert that works well with them. One alert might work well today and it might not work well tomorrow, for example, for what I'm trying to do. And so I can eliminate that by running a race, and I could even use the same top list and run the race based on different parameters even to see how things are moving relative to different filters as well. So that's what I think we're good at. There's certainly plenty of longer term aspects you can look at using this. I think you want to lean more into top lists when you're looking at longer term aspects. You're going to want to lean into, bring back a configure window here. You're going to lean into those longer term indicators. So I'm trying to find like a group of them together. That's just not going to happen. Let's see. You've got these different ranges, over these days here, and you can couple something like a 5-day range with for example, position in, 3-month range. Here we go. Sorry. Or 6-month range, so on and so forth. We're obviously not in a market right now that finding longer term uptrends is going to be easy. That's for sure. I mean, everything is to the downside at this point. I think that's clear as day right now. But that doesn't mean that you can't create scans and try to find things as they're falling and track them, and base it on something like that. We can certainly add some fundamentals to a scan here, to find, can we base on fundamentals? We can look at any of these fundamentals in here, and we could start to create scans and find some fundamental values, because I think you're going to find the things that have crashed the most, that have been absolutely destroyed the most, are things that had absolutely ridiculous fundamentals. I mean, you have all these companies that never made a penny, burn through cash like nothing, and we can see where every single one of them are. Or, you have these companies that really, they don't do anything special that can't be done anywhere else in the world. Case in point, Shopify. I just don't think there's anything that Shopify does that's actually that special, to be honest with you. I never got it. I'm not saying they're a bad company. I'm not saying that, they don't have value. I'm not saying that people don't use them. What I'm saying is I do not think their market cap and their stock price reflected what they really are. That's just my opinion. And apparently that opinion is playing out very well right now in price action and destruction of market cap with them. Netflix, all right, they blockbustered themselves, if you ask me. They did nothing special for a long time. Many competitors came in, stole tons of market share, and now they're all left to fight, and there'll probably be some blow-ups and some merging, and from the ashes will rise the phoenix of your streaming services, so on and so forth. And people can make other arguments too, that they don't put out quality content. I can't argue one side or the other, because I've never watched a Netflix original, basically anything, maybe one or two things. I don't even know they were Netflix originals. So, again, glean from these things what you will. But what I'm getting at is, we can combine, a good amount of fundamental data with technical data, and we can watch stuff that's bleeding out and then try to find, bargains based on healthy companies with reasonable valuations and good technicals. I one time heard, what's that guy's name? He's on CNBC. I don't know. He's one of the traders that's on the noon show that they do, Halftime Money. I heard him one time saying, I don't particularly care for anybody from CNBC, but that doesn't mean they don't, say things that make me think once in a while. And this is a few years ago. I heard this when I still watch CNBC once in a while. He said something like, the fundamentals tell me what to buy, the technicals tell me when to buy. I always thought that as good, especially for more investing kind of trading, longer term pictures and things like that. Finding healthy companies with healthy balance sheets, healthy debt to cash ratio, healthy, held by insiders. Insiders can sell for a number of reasons. Insiders could be selling because they want to go on the vacation of their lifetime. Their kids are going to school, going to college, a lockup period ended, they want to take that cash and they want to put it somewhere else to work. So there's so many reasons why insiders can sell, but why would they be buying? Generally speaking, insiders buy because either the company's on fire and they're trying to put out that fire as far as stock prices go, or they really believe in what the company's doing. And those are kind of really the main reasons that insiders buy. So again, we might want to implement some things like this. And it doesn't mean we create a scan and we're like, oh yeah, well, the market's selling off and I just created the scan, so this scan's going to tell me what to buy today. No, that's not how it works. The scan generates some ideas, and then we figure out if those ideas are workable and on what time frame they're workable. So things, Chris, how do you choose stocks you're going to trade? I exactly like what I had said to Willow earlier is I look for, well, there's two things. When I'm looking for kind of swing trades or longer term trades, which there really isn't any right now happening other than in the energy sector, and I'm being really picky and choosy. I try to find, I'm using sectors, obviously. What sectors are strong? Only the energy sector is strong. Nothing else is strong. And then I try to find quality charts from it, essentially. Fortunately for me, it always seems to work out that things like my evening scan point me towards stocks that are in sectors that are relatively strong in general anyways. So that's what I do. And I keep short lists of stocks that I go through and I review. There just really isn't anything jumping at me. As far as my day trading has gone, I keep stuff very basic. I'm using these scans here for day trading, these races. I've shared them a bunch over the last couple of weeks. If someone doesn't have these races and would like them, I'm happy to share. I'll send those right over. It's just really 3 main races. It's this one, and this one are the main ones that I'm really using. The other ones are they're just there for show at this point because there's nothing else that I feel like supplementing them in. But when I'm day trading, if I take a very early trade, it probably means I'm getting out very quickly. Either I'm not giving it almost any wiggle room, especially if I take a trade within the first, let's say 15 or 20 minutes of the day and it moves up. The second I think it's moving back down, I'm probably getting out really fast. If I'm up, any reasonable amount. If I take day trades later in the day, meaning let's say after 10:05, 10:15 in the morning, I'm establishing some ranges on the day that, some opening ranges that I'm going to use as my kind of guidance on how I'm going to manage those trades. And I'm really in the mindset that anything I enter, if it makes a move up and I see almost any weakness right away, especially with the market as weak as it is, I'm just exiting real fast and I'll just move on to the next thing. Take whatever profits are there right away. It's not a market to sit around and wait for these moves. They're so few and far in between any kind of real big move. Going to give you an example of this one right here. No, not News Corp. Maybe this here. All right, so here we go. Let's just say this came through and all of a sudden, I'm, the 1750 break looks like it might have been a nice break. This EMA is catching up here. I get in it. It makes this move up here from 1750, let's say, to the 1770 and change. The second we started getting wobbly there, I'd have been out. I wouldn't have stuck. I wouldn't have hung around whatsoever. And would I have been wrong for that time period? I would have been wrong. Would I have been right for that time period? I would have been right. And there's no way to predict any of these things like this. So it's who I am, especially in this market with day trading is we are not in a rising tide lifts all boats. The boats are all sinking. It's just which one is sinking the slowest at this moment. As far as long trades go, I'm really starting to look at putting shorts on again. The bulk of any short trading I've ever done was in November, December, and January of 2018 and 2019. And then again I started trying to short again in mid-April, late April of 2020. Lo and behold, I didn't know that the Fed was actually able to put the entire market on their back and lift it up for over a year. So the shorts that I was trying to make at the time really weren't working out well for me. And I just shied right back away from shorting again. And it became a long market again, an easier long market again. Looking at shorts again, probably going to start shorting again. It just looks like a market that's conducive for it. So the roundabout way of answering several, throwing several things at you, TRD. Things I know I like, RSI, resistance support, fibs, Bollinger Bands, Kelter channels, having extremely hard time picking up what kind of trader setups. Well, I would take probably, we don't have Kelter channels as far as scanning goes, Steven. So you can, kick those out as far as scanning. Fibs are going to be an alert, and I don't think you want to use fibs with Bollinger Bands. So I would create a fib scan and then create a Bollinger Band scan. All right. And try to stick to maybe 2-3 legit scans at a time, see what they're returning you. And you also have to understand, if you're trying to go long in this market, this is not exactly the market for going long in right now. I'll tell you that right now. Not long-term anyways. So build those based on the times. We could build something really fast here. It's completely normal. The problem is I feel overwhelmed by the options and directions to go, and I wind up doing nothing. That's it. That's everybody at the beginning of any scanning. So we can take and build a scan or two right now. All right. And then maybe even build a layout or two, run one layout, for a day or two, see what that looks like, then run another layout for a day or two. All right. So, we could look at and build. Let's build something together right now with Bollinger Bands. 5-minute high. All right. Let's add this alert. Let's look at some Bollinger Bands. Let's add that filter. Now, the way I use also, here's the thing. How I use Bollinger Bands probably going to be different than a lot of people. A lot of people use Bollinger Bands as a revision to the mean, which would have John Bollinger never talk to you for the rest of your life, or his life, or anybody else's life. Bollinger Bands, the way they're meant to be and tested through Bolwitzky and the CMT and all that, is when the top band gets broken, that's a buy signal. And when the lower band gets broken, that's a sell signal. That's how I use Bollinger Bands. But glean from that what you will. And so, we can do this here, and build out this scan like that. It's just going to be a really basic scan. We're going to look at stocks between $10 and infinity. Relative volume of 2, traded 175,000 shares on the day, and they're near the top of a 15-minute band. All right. We'll call it 15-minute BB and 5-minute high. Let's run the history on this today. And the issue with this is going to be the entire market's getting drugged down. So, what are we going to look for? And, it goes back to something I've said a whole bunch over the last few weeks. There's a lot more alerts than, wait a minute. There we go. I was going to say there's a whole lot more alerts than I was expecting to see. It goes back to something I was saying. Anybody that's just starting out trading now, I'm sorry. This is a terribly tough time to start trading. What I tell people is go slow. The market will be here tomorrow. It'll be here a year from now. Trade ideas will be here tomorrow. Trade ideas will be here a year from now. The people that rush and try to put money to work in this market with no experience will not be here tomorrow. And yes, the only way to get experience is to do things, but it's what the simulator is for. That's what, other forms of paper trading, journaling our trades, all these things are for. So, my suggestion is there's no magic scan. There's no scan. I'm going to say, yeah, I'm sorry you're struggling. Here's this magic scan. Every scan is going to be about idea generation. You're going to have to settle, Stephen, on some things that you're really looking for right now, and then testing them for a week, 10 days, 30 days, and seeing how those tests run, what worked in them, what didn't work. And that's how you formulate, this is the hard work that a lot of people don't actually want to do in formulating an actual trading plan. The biggest part for me on what I did is I journaled nonstop. Every trade that I took, I went through alert histories. I had a lot of scans running, more than I probably should have at the beginning. And at the end of every day, and mind you, I was doing this while I was working as I'm a single dad, number one, and I was working a full-time job, number two, in a restaurant. And I would come home and I would go through all the scans that ran that day, and I would, stay up all night and going through them. So this is, the quote unquote blood, sweat, and tears stuff. Hold on one second, everybody. I just want to close my screen doors here while they're pounding away and working outside. So, those are the hard things that that we have to do as traders. That's the hard work. The easy part is building a scan. The hard part is analyzing that scan, the results that came through it, and the trading I did through it, through journaling and testing. So like I said, I would come home, I would, stay up and go through, probably had, in between, I'll say at any point, 4 and 8 alert windows that ran during the day that were all fairly active, and go through all the charts on those alert windows. Now, I mean, the good part was there was also a lot of repeat alerts, so I didn't have to look at those charts twice. Maybe on some of them note that, I got an alert, here on it, and then I got an alert later, 2 hours later here on it, or something like that. But those are my suggestions to you. Document as much as you can, whether you I'm a handwritten person. Spreadsheets are great, whether you're using Excel or Google or, whoever you want to use. But those are the hard parts, to give you some direction to head into and seeing how those look. If you think you're over trading, I would highly recommend to you go at least 3 days, no trades, and one trade is a trade. So, I would highly recommend that if you feel you're over trading. But those are the directions that I want to send you, Stephen, especially. I get the overwhelmed part. I would recommend breaking down and creating multiple layouts. I mean, look how many, I don't have as many as I used to, but, I've saved some stuff over the year. If we go to load layout, look how many different saved layouts I have in here. All these different layouts that I did with testing, multiple pre-market layouts that I played around with, before settling on things. You might find yourself, Stephen, that you've got a set of scans that work well from market open till about, let's say, noon. And then, there's everything's kind of quiet and nothing works well from that noon to 2 o'clock, which I think is very typical considering that a lot of volume dries up at that time. And then you might have another set of scans that looks great, from, let's say, 2 or 2:30 to 3 o'clock. And so you might want to rotate scans in and out like that. These are things that I learned over time, that just sharing with you some of my personal experience on scanning. And it's the reason why, for example, I have this set of scans right here. I have this My Evening Scan race, less shares and more shares. This one's looking at stocks with less shares, this one more shares. Now it sounds, oh, well, that's easy and simplistic. Well, there might be stuff that looks good early in the day, but it didn't trade quite enough to catch it. Or there might be stuff that looks good later in the day, but the volume's only just picking up now. And so I want to catch it because I like these filters. But then I also want to, see stuff that, a little more liquidity in the ideas that are being generated. And that's what this is for. And so while they're nearly identical, they really can be showing very different things. So, all right, we never really looked at this really quick scan that we just built. And so funny, there's Campbell Soup. So let me add Bollinger Bands to this here. Indicators. Bollinger Bands. And close. All right, and so here we get the alert on this. All right. We violated the upper bands here and makes a nice move, and the trend continues. All right. Take a look at some other stuff that's come through here. I want to look at really early alerts. It doesn't make any sense. Let's start ETRS. All right, so we pierce the upper band. All right, pull back through after a big run up. All right, we continued up for a little bit, and the overall trend continues up off the open. AVLR. Sorry, these are going to be ETFs, I believe, so that's why I'm not looking at them. Oh no, Tyson Foods is not an ETF. Haha. So again, break an upper band, and here we are after breaking that upper band. VLR, we break the upper band, On this one, we fall. So we found, a number that looked good like that, and now we're finding some that don't look the same. Break the upper band, there's the lower down. So you can go either way with this if you're a revision or you want to short off of a break of an upper band. So I'll share this out with everybody. Please, as always, save that to the cloud if you're going to keep it, because this will not be a scan that I keep for sure. Get rid of these Bollinger Bands. I have no interest in using them for the moment. Pretty interesting. Look at this range for so long on this stock here. And up and down. Let's see if they can't get through that. Move back up. I find it hard to believe that games and children's toys are going to be saving the economy, but you never know. You never know. No, you're welcome. Yeah, and I understand the getting overwhelmed, but you're gonna have to force yourself. There's nobody that's gonna come and force you to not load too many scans. You're gonna have to just say, even if you have to do it arbitrarily, flip a coin or whatever it is, draw, write down the names of scans. If you got 10 scans you're really looking at, write down all 10 names on pieces of paper, put them in a hat, draw 3 out, and those are the 3 scans that you're looking at for the next 5 days, I'd say. Whatever you have to do, and no bargaining with yourself. You don't move those goalposts back, whether it's moving the goalpost back and say, well, I really want 5 scans instead of 3. You don't move that goalpost back. The same as when you set a stop on something, you don't move that goalpost back. That's how it works. That's how you have to treat it. You have to have that discipline. Without that discipline, there are no undisciplined traders. They're just undisciplined gamblers. That's how it works, and that goes for building a layout, setting a stop, whatever your fancy is in the building of your system. And again, we glean not just ideas, but look at these races here. These are basically all bearish ETFs. All right. Bang, 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 bang. Newell Brands, I don't even know who they are. They're going to save the market. It's an awfully long downtrend there. Get back to a daily chart here. So, after earnings, more bear, more short. So for those of you that, you've never shorted or you're not sure about shorting, many of these can make good day trading vehicles. I would highly recommend staying away from 3x levered unless you really know what you're doing. Number one. Number two, do not swing trade leveraged ETFs. Please, 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 please. And the reason is because of decay. Well, Chris, what do you mean by decay? Well, this is what I mean. If you have a leverage ETF, all right, and it's trading at $10, okay, and then it makes a move down to $9, all right, and that's a 10% move, right? If it makes another 10% move back up, it does not come back up to $10, all right? These are just simple math. This is just simple maths, all right? And so what happens over time is as these things continue to happen on these triple leverage ETFs, all right, regardless of what the market is doing, they have what's called decay, and then they get reshuffled on the grand scheme of things. That's why you find things like this here. VXX, where are you? All right. And that's why it looks like this thing has been at a gajillion in the past. All right. It never really was like that. Okay. That never really happened. It's just how it works. Okay. So please understand, what you're using. All right. And while I am a fan of inverse ETFs, especially for people that are more comfortable staying long, or for those that have to stay long, because there are many people trading through retirement account or other funded accounts that don't allow for short trading. It's a way around those rules, but just please understand what you're trading. Most of what I share with you is through my own mistakes. So it would be great to share that with people and hopefully cut them off at the pass, if you will, before making them some of the mistakes that I've made. That's for sure. Doug, what are you doing, Doug?
Mr. Farley.
Yes.
Just whispering, I don't want to interrupt your train of thought. Hey, Chris, take a look at Campbell's Soup, CPB. Pretty interesting, and maybe some of the other food stocks are doing something.
Oh, yeah. There are a bunch of other food
Soup,
stocks. Check out THS.
Yeah, and maybe SF. But Campbell's Soup doesn't have earnings until the 8th. And this has been completely oblivious to what's been happening to the market. Look at Campbell CPB. Look at that daily chart and look what's happened to the market in all those days, and especially the last 4 days. What are people stocking up on Campbell Soup because they're anticipating the apocalypse? Seriously.
I think it's like an inverse relationship to the market, though. Isn't it like every time the world is coming to an end that Campbell Soup makes a big move?
Maybe.
Michael was making some joke about it earlier. I don't know how serious to take any of it, obviously, but he said, imagine, being the CEO of a company that your price only goes up when the market's tanking, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
I think also, I try to really avoid news, but, all these supply chain issues. And I can tell you, I don't need the news to tell me that I went grocery shopping this weekend. I had 30 things on my list. I went to 3 different food supermarkets and I could only get 15 of the 30 things on my list because nobody had the other things that I was looking for.
What the heck are you looking for? That wasn't there, seriously. Maybe in Canada it's a little different. I at least where I am, I've never, except at the very beginning
fruits and
of the
vegetables.
pandemic.
I have different, toiletry products. Clorox wipes again have been hard to come by here.
Oh, really? Okay.
Plastic wrap, like things like that. That some of it I didn't need this weekend, but I just know the way things have gone around here. We went last summer until probably had to be this winter. There was never more than one brand of toilet paper as an option at most of the supermarkets around here. You were stuck with whatever they had, and that was it. Now, this week when I went, we were actually swimming in toilet paper again. But tissues around here, nothing. My daughter ended up, sick last week. I had to go to 4 different supermarkets / pharmacies before I could find a children's Tylenol / children's Motrin. There was none of it around here. Just simply none. Yeah. So
I haven't experienced that in Vancouver, really. Only at the very, very beginning of the pandemic, where all of a sudden I didn't see any meat, didn't see cereal, like dry goods, things like that. But that only lasted here anyway for maybe 3 weeks to a month, maybe. And then after that, the shelves were full again. And every now and then you see something. I don't see as much cereal perhaps as I used to, but never to the extent that you're talking. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean, also some things I hold out for brands, but for example, yesterday I could not find chopped meat that I wanted for making burger patties.
Hmm.
Shoot me the ESG people, but I use paper plates. I mix them in with my regular stuff, my regular
Hmm.
ceramic plates. I could not find paper plates yesterday. I couldn't find bacon yesterday. I could not find. I like to eat prunes. I could not find prunes yesterday.
Really?
Yep.
Because I'm a pruner also,
Yeah.
and I
So
never have
I
an
just
issue.
there was one thing of the single one prunes, and that was literally it. And I went to 3 different supermarkets
Huh.
yesterday morning. Now maybe it was because I went Sunday morning and they hadn't restocked the shelves from Friday and Saturday. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I couldn't find egg noodles yesterday. All these different things. So Campbell's soup, there
Well,
was
let's see
tons of
what
that
Campbell
though.
Soup keeps doing. I mean, let's see. I mean, we've been up one, two, what, this is the fourth day up, and this is a big candle. I mean, this is a big daily candle now, bigger than all the previous three of them. So I'm going to definitely keep an eye on Campbell Soup, maybe for a little pullback. And then who knows? Maybe this is the swing trade of the century,
Right.
and for a while anyway.
And I'm trying to look, I'm looking at on a daily chart going way back. There's a big spike in March of 2020. So I mean, glean from that what you will. And then
Well,
there's
that made
another
sense to
big,
me.
yeah, there's another
That
big
made sense to
spike
me.
in around January of 2021. It looks like on it here. So trying to
Hmm.
correlate what was going on then. My
Well,
memory
there's no
fails me.
question
Well, I
that the
mean, on
beginning of the
2020, yeah.
pandemic, I mean, there's no question that people were just trying to, any sort of dry good or canned products were just flying off the shelves. Yeah.
Interesting. Go back even to November, December of 2018, and you've got it moving from somewhere around that 36 range, all the way up to, well, I say all the way up to, but on a percentage basis, consider it whatever you want, but up to, 41 and change or something like that. So, four
Yeah,
or
I'm
five
seeing that
dollar
candle.
move, happening there. And we all know what happened in, December 2018 when the Fed was going to tighten. So it seems like every time the market moves down, there's our indicator, Campbell's soup, the great indicator.
Right. Oh, well.
Well, sir, I will
Interesting,
turn it
isn't
back
it?
over to you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So you'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30 today.
I will indeed, with bells on.
All right, can't wait. Okay.
All right.
Okay, thanks,
Thanks.
Chris.
You got it.
Okay, guys, you should be able, in YouTube, you should be able to see my screen, and I'm back in our main room. I was just talking to Chris in our YouTube room. So let me get my music going again. We were talking about Campbell's Soup as maybe a proxy for when the market's moving down. Buy Campbell's Soup. Just give me a moment here as I get my music going. There we go. So, guys, we had about 45 minutes of that glimmer of hope. We had three green candles on the SPY that probably gave a few decent bounces, probably not wild bounces or anything, but now we're right back into that sell-off mode. So listen, if you're looking for stocks that are like the biggest gainers from the open, for example, this is a very simple top list that I put together. And what's interesting for me anyway, is I've sorted on, well, you can do it two ways. I mean, I've sorted on the day's range, okay, position in the day's range. And I also have the position in yesterday's range. So for instance, when you see this all green all the way over on the position in yesterday's range, that means it's above yesterday's high, which of course is Friday. So, if you saw Hain, for instance, I mean, it's not quite at the high of the day, and it's not, but it's above the high, almost above the high of Friday, which was what, 2642. So it's almost there also. If that had been right over, if there were no white there, So, it's interesting just to, you're looking for kind of strong stocks in a market like this, just looking at the biggest gainers versus the biggest losers, which of course is full. And now you can just sort of see ACET as an example. It's at a low of the day, but it's also below the low of Friday. That's what this position in days range. So you don't even have to look at a chart. You just know that this is, week edit. I mean, the other thing I probably should add is the position in years range. In lifetime range, because look at edit right now. Edit is below it's at a low, lifetime low now for edit, which was one of those big CRISPR stocks. So these are two, if you just wanted to keep track of the biggest losers and the biggest gainers as a top list, maybe not the worst thing to do, and just let everything else. You've got a lot of other things that could be happening with alert windows, etc., which I still like my alert windows, but I certainly like to see these so I can just click, and see what's happening. What pattern is it coming from? Yeah, Stephen, I can do that. Let me see. And I see your question, Stephen. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. If you're just starting out, one of the things that can happen with trade ideas, first of all, let me just make sure I can find these. Biggest, okay, biggest losers, share it. So the losers first, and then the gainers are second. Oops, don't want to do that. Give me a moment, please. So again, I have sorted, but you can keep an eye on these columns here, okay? That's the change from the open. That's what that is, and that's the change from the close. So, all of these are probably, they're pretty strong because not only is, these are up from the open, but they're also up from Friday's close. Most of them, not, varying degrees. But I always like to see stocks near the high of the day. That's sort of my style of trading, and just kind of see what's happening, because obviously a stock that's near the high of the day in the face of a market like this, you might think, wow, I mean, what is going on? I mentioned Newell. I mentioned Newell earlier on a 2350 break, right around here, and it has continued to just kind of move higher. So, if you're looking for stocks that are running counter what to the market is doing, especially when the market's doing something like this, maybe not the worst thing to do, just to have those kind of scans, those top lists. And I know Chris you can create I'm not as wild about the stock racing. I mean, you can kind of see stuff that, yes, it's maybe, something that is buried down here that I'm not seeing at the top. It is starting to come. I get that. But I'm just as, you can do maybe in tandem. So look at CYN. What's it doing right now? Yeah, see, it's starting to move a little bit, a little bit. But, stock racing, for my style of trading, it's not the best, but certainly for other people, maybe it is very good. Yeah, and again, Stephen, I was reading your comments and I was listening to what Chris was talking about. Yeah, I mean, if you're new to trading, if a person is new to trading, it's fine. It's fine for us to say, well, you have to have a trading plan. But the problem is that, well, I don't have an idea what sort of a trader I am, and I really don't know. So how do I create a plan if I really don't know what sort of a trader I am? Well, and that's why we have a simulator. Okay, and you can practice trading first before you commit money to the market. I know the temptation is just to dive in and start trading immediately without any sort of a plan and just trying to see, wow, I wonder if this one will work. I wonder if this will work. Well, you'll probably drive yourself crazy. So, for instance, I am a momentum trader. I'm not a big pullback trader, not because it's not good. I mean, pullback trades can be awesome, okay? But I just never became good at them. I never really felt myself able to figure out, okay, is the pullback over now? Is the pullback over now? I know there's Bollinger Bands, there's RSI, there's all these other things. And I'm not saying that I've never taken a pullback trade, but I determined early on, that I was more comfortable being a momentum trader. So I like to see stocks, near the highs of the day or near the lows of the day. It doesn't mean that just because I get an alert, I take the trade though. But I get way more interested because for my style of trading, when a stock is near the high of the day, and depending what the market's doing, but then I'm looking left on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart to say, okay, it's at the high of today. Where is the next high looking left if I want to go long? So I look at a daily chart. If I think it's far enough away, so in other words, let's make the math simple. If I were in a $10 stock and I saw the next high on the daily chart was at 12, I go, great. There's room for it to run if it wants to, as an example. Okay. Well, that's my style of trading. And I didn't know that was going to be my style of trading. And TRD, I have no idea. Yeah, Stephen. Well, I mean, I work for Trade Ideas, so I also have a job there. But yes, the answer is yes. So TRD, I have no idea why you can't buy some ETFs on IB. I have no idea. Like what one, as an example. But again, didn't take me a week to realize that I wanted to be a momentum trader. I don't know how long it took. I can't really remember anymore. But all of a sudden, I just started seeing things and thinking, this makes sense to me. Why not buy a strong stock and see if the trend can continue? But strong doesn't mean, like for instance, earlier on in the day, we saw this AUST, right? Well, that's chase, chase, chase. So just because I see this doesn't mean, oh, it's strong, I'm going to buy it because it is too parabolic. So here's where I look to think, okay, that's probably too quick moving up. Eventually, this is probably going to fall. Now, I wanted this short and I missed it because I just couldn't get the price I wanted, but this is the sort of thing I also look at. Well, give me an example of one, TRD. Just give me an example of one. Just give me a symbol and I'll pop it in and I have no idea. You'd have to ask IB, right? I mean, I can't tell you why. PSQ was a leveraged is two time, right? No, maybe it isn't. I mean, that's a question that has to be answered at Interactive Brokers. Okay. I mean, I don't know if that's because of your account or what the situation is. But just give me one symbol and I'll pop it in. Okay, well, I can buy that or short it. So SQQQ. So I don't know. It's got to be something you'd have to ask Interactive Brokers. Okay, TRD. I honestly, I just can't help you. And here we go. Yeah, I mean, with that well, I guess arguably maybe an hour. An hour we were up. Okay, so I did not get a message. Okay, so I don't know why. I cannot. Yeah, you're gonna have to maybe get it, as Espen says. I haven't changed anything in my account. I know I sound like a broken record when I talk about IB, but I think I've had it now for 5.5 or 6 years. I haven't changed anything after the first week I had the program or the platform. There are no shorts available. No, not at IB. I think Pepe, there was an odd one. There was a crazy one. But no, there was some crazy one. I think you might have been talking about options. I was talking about options, and I had to do something with options. But there might have been one crazy ETF. But I mean, the SQs are nothing crazy about them. So okay, you caught me. I think I did something with options. Not that I've really traded. Not options. No, no warrants. It was warrants. It was warrants. That's what I had to do. I had to get some kind of permission on warrants, but I'd never traded warrants before. And we went through that little spell of about a week where warrants were awesome, and I'm sure they still are to a certain extent. But especially when we saw those stocks that were being halted, and yet the warrants were continuing to trade. Ah, TRD. Okay, well that might be it then. It's a European. I didn't realize you were not in North America some way. Yeah, I mean, look at Corsair. I mean, how interesting is Corsair? For some reason, it had earnings last week, just got thumped. But it recovered. I remember this. Yeah, I mean, that was the earnings reaction because it had earnings post market on the 5th. So the reaction was on the 6th. And, it traded down to 14 and it recovered and it's still recovering for whatever reason. I mean, this is definitely a stock that is running counter to the market. And where do you see it? On the biggest gainers. So does that mean you just buy it right now because it's going to keep going up? I don't know. I mean, it's basing nicely. And the next thing I'd be doing is okay, I'd be looking left, and the next high is 1622. That's pretty close, isn't it, to 16? So you see, that would keep me out of that trade. Is because it's too close to the next high looking left for me. Oh man, am I ever glad I did not get stubborn on this NKTX. Wow. They did the financing at 15 and it was an awesome financing after the stock popped a couple of days before. They raised $200 million and I thought, okay, had a couple of bucks in it, was looking for a lot more. Remember, they had these crazy price targets of anywhere ranging from, I don't know, $30 to $81. But so what, right? Here's one of the very few gap up and reverses, guys. BRBR, one of the very few. So in other words, it gapped up and now it's reversing. We had very few stocks gapping up. That was the point. I don't have a layout to link, Sunny, okay? I just have individual scans. I'll probably create one for the test drive next week, but I do not have a layout link. The reason I do that is that, I've got all those different scans on my homepage. You kind of can pick and choose what you might like. I certainly wouldn't want to, and I don't have them all up and running. Every scan that you see in my homepage, I don't have them all up and running. You can't do that. You just have too much going on. So that's why I do it this way. You kind of pick and choose what you might like. But for the test drive next week, I'll probably create a layout scan just to get people started. But that's my layout, of course. That doesn't have to be, seeing things that I like to see. But again, if you don't know what you really want to see, okay, you can try mine. All right, I'm just watching this TARS as it's kind of kissing that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart and see if that blocks it. Of course, it's not a great spread. Well, this is just continuing down. So, this is breaking a really significant number, in my opinion, anyway, the 25. I'm a bit of a whole number freak. I don't like to take stocks at a whole number. And some whole numbers are way more psychological than others, 25 being one of them. So it breaks down through 25. This could, in theory, could just keep moving down. Meanwhile, this Corsair is just having a life here. Now, I said why I wouldn't take it because the next high looking left was 1622, and then we got 1646. So to me, there just wasn't enough room for it to really run. If the next high looking left had been, up at this 19, would have been all over it. But I look at this and think, man, there's just maybe too many areas it could stumble. And now we got the twist moving down, gap down and go. And again, looking left, what do you see? So 28.21 was the next low looking left, so it's right there. 28.70, that's not an issue. So now you have to start looking at the higher time frames. You guys were talking about the AKAN. Yeah. So this is a lifetime low, of course. Not of course, but it is. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. There was no, I mean, look at this. There was really no action in the pre-market for AKAN. Did they have some news of some sort? Because there was no action in the pre-market that would signify this was going to happen. Like maybe while this started to happen while I was on my break, probably. So somebody posted some news about this one. I do see it was halted quite a bit at 590. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so yeah, I don't know if this works, but I will give you the link. You can try this. I think you probably have to have the other one up. This is the biggest gainers. This is the race you're talking about. Look at this, guys. Look at Corsair breaking out. I mean, I just wish there was more room. Look at Corsair though. Look at that 5-minute chart for Corsair. If you can't see it, bring up a 5-minute chart for Corsair, CRSR, and look at the break out of this little consolidation of about 30 minutes. And coming right into Friday's high, 1622. And we've got a little pop here, little pop on the SPY minor. We had 45 minutes down. Now we're starting to get into a bit of the choppiness of the SPY. Yeah, Newell's been amazing, Zach. I mean, Newell, NWL, been amazing. And this is another food stock, right? Or is it not? Wait a minute. Household appliances. Okay, no. It's all right. Think of something else. Meanwhile, look at GH, guys. This is the star so far from the AI. It became a little more choppy, in the 5-minute chart. Yeah, a little more choppy finally in the 5-minute chart after this move. You look at the 15 though, it kind of smooths out a little bit. So yeah, I mean, if you were short this one, right about here probably would be a good idea to cover some. But it still has room on the way down. So that's why I would never be out of the position in its entirety. And again, why do I say it still has room? You just look at a monthly chart, okay? I mean, it still has some room underneath that it keep running down until it hits the next low. Excuse me. Now here's another one that's worked that well, a little bit choppy, but the front door, FTDR. This had earnings, I think. Yeah, this is the reaction to earnings. Just got hammered down. And there's the high looking left is around 20, what, 2782. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to break it today, but if it broke it today and the market tomorrow just happened to, the miracle would be maybe positive, you could see this could keep running. I mean, it's got the room to the 31 level. Well, and you can practice in our simulator, Stephen. You know, all you need is, you can practice in the simulator. So everything that I've got is essentially set up for intraday trading. Okay, I don't have really anything for swing trading. I mean, now you heard Chris. I mean, it's awfully hard to swing trade in this market. Yes, if you happen to see, Campbell Soup, CPB, coming out of here, yeah, maybe. But how many were like this? Okay, so it's awfully hard to swing trade in this market, Stephen. And I saw you ask the question, what trade it is really good at are real-time alerts. Okay, setting up a scan and then getting real-time alerts. Now, just because you set up a scan and you get a real-time alert, the program is called Trade Ideas. So everything that I see, it's an idea. It doesn't mean because I get an alert from the scan that I just pile into the trade. It's just that it's an idea that has been generated from the scan, and now it requires a little bit of work on my part to check out, what is actually happening then. But Stephen, it's hard for me to tell you that because I don't know what you want to be a pullback trader, you want to be a momentum trader. It's hard for me to say one scan because you don't know what sort of trader you're going to be, you want to be. There's no such thing, one. There really isn't. And plus, the market can change. And who knows? Next week we might have maybe we have a rally, a bit of a rally. Therefore, the things that work today, this week, may not work next week. Here's SJR. Does that look good to you? Little break on the 15s. It's coming from the gap continue. Maybe just take a look at this one and see what sort of alerts you get. The gap continuation or reverse. It covers shorts and it covers longs. But you need to practice trading. I mean, there's no simple solution to this. You need to practice trading. And when I say you, anybody who's just starting out has to practice, and that practice could take months. I know it's not what people want to hear. They want to say, okay, I've got your program, but remember, we're a scanner. We can generate great ideas, but then it's up to you to how to trade them. The whole idea of the scanner, though, is to, of course, reduce the universe of stocks down to, just a manageable number of alerts that you're getting throughout the day. I mean, there's 10,000 stocks out there. Look how many came in the basic new highs and basic new lows today. That's it. Maybe you want to concentrate on something like this. You won't get very many alerts, but just concentrate on them. All right, guys, here's the twist. I mentioned it, that break. Actually, this was not the one. There was another one that was breaking down through 25. But, the market. The other thing, Stephen, I mean, you're day trading or what, you have to follow what the market's doing. So I would recommend having maybe a SPY chart or some, a lot like the Russell, IWM. Okay, maybe have that to follow what the market is doing. So you want to get long something, and yet the market is moving down. You better have a fantastic reason to get long. As an example, you want to get short something, but then the market's moving higher. That's why it's a good idea to have, check what the market's doing also before you take a trade. I mean, we're in a market right now. I mean, we used to be able to say, okay, there are stocks that are alpha stocks. The definition of, say, an alpha stock is some stock that is moving, that doesn't really care what the rest of the market's doing, and doesn't care what its sector is doing. It's either had some great news, maybe an earnings release or something like that. We're finding even that correlation is few and far between. Okay. Yeah, NWL is an alpha stock. Well, so is Campbell Soup, CPB. NWL is an alpha stock. Absolutely. It doesn't care what the rest of the market has been doing. The market is, obviously fell, and then it came up and it's chopping around a bit. But look at this. And Campbell Soup was the same. Not quite the same because it had some dips and not quite the same. Yeah, I mean, look. Yeah, I mean, this is like, I can't emphasize more that this has been this. I use this as my what makes this trade great video that I do at noon every day. And what made the trade great wasn't the fact for me that it came from the AI. I mean, it's nice that it came from the AI. What made the trade great was this. And at the beginning, if I back down on a 2-minute chart, it's hard to see, but this. In other words, as Vicky pointed out, a stress-free trade for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 2 hours, okay, before it had any sort of a bounce in it. I mean, that is so fantastic. You get into a trade like this, you don't have to worry. You just keep in the trade until, in the 5-minute chart, maybe this action right there, absolutely take some out. But you don't have to take it all out. Hold on to some, and then, you get this, and now you're getting this action. So, I mean, right now, that's almost a 15% gain. Now, we're going to get trades like that every single day? Of course not. Yeah, Paul. Well, especially if you if your salt, I mean, everybody, I'm sure most people had Campbell's soup. I cannot believe, haven't had Campbell's soup for so long, so long. Anyway, the last time though, I couldn't believe how salty it was. All right, let's see this TWST to see if it crashes down below 28 again. Here's another one, guys. I mean, it's, just a broken record, but TXMD, all-time low. TXMD, all-time low. And there it goes, guys. TXMD, all-time low. Breaking down through another very important psychological number, in my opinion, 5. Okay, just waiting on this TWSC to see if it takes out 28 again. No, guys, TXMD, I mean, this is just, fortunately, it's not shortable for me, but all right, who was able to short TXMD? I mean, it's the magic break of 5 and all-time low. I mean, got a lot going for it on the short side. I just did not have shorts available. Interactive brokers. Oh, man. There's a great little percentage move from 5 down to 477, and who knows where it's going. Look at the volume is today. I must have missed the invite, Zach. I already had you there, William. I already did that little joke. Whew, man, oh man. So what time is it? 1:47. All right, the twist is trying to get under 28. TWST trying to. I know, broken record, but look at Corsair, CRSR. It's right at the high now of Friday, not quite, 1622. Yeah, just, I mean, for some reason. Another food company, guys, MDLZZ, another food company, snack food. That's what we need, more snack food. Okay, Cadbury, etc. You know, in the vein of Campbell's soup. Look at this. I mean, it's almost very few stocks we're going to see that are near a lifetime high right now. Very, very few. And of course, we would have a scan for that. All you have to do is a lifetime filter. All right, you want to find stocks that are near a lifetime high? You know, just right click, like create your top list window or your alert window. But then this is the filter to use, lifetime, position and lifetime range. You add the filter. And so if you put something like 95 here, that'd be within 5% of a lifetime high, as an example. 95, you put 100, it'll be basically at an all-time high. You know, so in this market, you're trying to find stocks that are working really well. Hey, you can use that filter as an example. Because why would a stock be making a lifetime high in this market? That's a rhetorical question. Broken record, CPNG, all-time low. CPNG, all-time low. May 11th has earnings. What are we now, the 5th? So that's next week. What am I talking about? Today's the 9th. I'm sorry. This week, this week, this week. The PRTY just continues to basically go to zero after its earnings disaster. PRTY. Nobody's in the party mood, guys. I guess the spending on frivolous things over for a while anyway. Now, Corsair, now above. Well, let's take a look. What's the next high looking left is 1646, and then there's 1678. This has just been an, again, on a mission. On that break of 15. Now, I have is this an all-time low now for LAZR? Sure, why not? All-time low now for LAZR? My short LAZR, and I just didn't get a fill. And it was just because it was just a little bit more than 10% down. And they just would not fill me. Again, that's that uptick rule, guys. If you don't know what that is, if the stock is down 10% or more, of course, something called the uptick rule takes effect. So normally when you want to short something, assuming your broker has shorts, all you have to do is just go in at the bid and you'll get your short. But when a stock is down 10% or more, then there has to be some action at the ask, and then it has to come back to the bid, of course. But you could be in a queue of people who want to do the same thing. And I guess that's what happened. Because I wanted to get it at 997. And I think that was just kissing that 10% down. And they wouldn't give me a fill. Did it even get close to $1? LOGC had that big run in the pre-market. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's still up 33%, but yeah, the FDA removed the clinical hold for this company, and that caused that huge pop. Well, I wish I had followed my advice. I was actually, I don't usually short, or I don't usually take a look at stocks that are around the 100 mark. But I know I mentioned this one in the pre-market that had just taken out 100, and that's coin. I wish I'd taken my inner. I was thinking just do it, but I just didn't do it. And now, of course, all-time low. And of course, Bitcoin, BITO ETF for Bitcoin down 12%. Well, Zach, I'm hearing a lot of bye, bye, bye from your bounce play scan. That's my sound alert on it. I don't know technically if we are in a recession. I mean, there's a mathematical formula. I think what two successive GDP or quarters have to be down a certain amount. I don't know what the formula is, so I don't know if we're in an official recession. I don't think so. I haven't heard that. There we go. 2 quarters in a row of declining GDP. There you go. Well, I keep thinking this TARS is going to give up 11 in a bigger way, but maybe not. And it's a terrible spread, so I guess I'll just forget about it. Can't remember why I even see it. Came up on SunScan, I guess. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be talking about it. Ugh, LAZR just would have been an awesome short around 997. I mean, what like nothing's holding this up. Obviously, no chart to support. Lifetime low, LAZR. No, he's talking about a recession, of course, though. Like the textbook definition of a recession is what William said. Well, those of you who were trading in 2008 or so, this reminds me so, a completely different set of circumstances, but just every day kind of waking up to, the market moving lower and lower. Every now and then you'd have like one day, huge rally, and then you'd be right back to it the next day. And that was a good year and a half, 2 years. I remember those days. I didn't take a long, I don't think I went long in about 2 years. All right, guys, I am now just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening on some of my thumbnail charts. All right, guys, I am, wow, look at this CPNG. Coupang has earnings on the 11th. I mean, these companies that are going to be releasing earnings this week, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes, especially these tech companies that have already been just crushed. Amazon, okay, I haven't looked at Amazon for a while. What is Amazon doing? Yikes, yeah. Well, okay. I mean, here in theory is your big support area, 1780-ish. You know, look at that monthly chart, a lot of action there. I mean, if you were holding Amazon here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, not quite a year, you would have had dead money, you know, really, just kind of dead money. And then all of a sudden took off. Of course, that is April of 2020. So this was a pandemic. But until that point, that was just basically dead money. And then here's your pandemic surge. Well, congratulations, anybody who could have shorted this TXMD from just underneath 5. What did it get down to? Got down to 460 or so. Great percentage move. Well, Plug had a little pull up with the market. See, this is the problem. Well, these are the sort of things I don't like to trade, that they're too dependent on the market. So look at Plug, look at that action right there. Look at the SPY. I mean, I shouldn't say what I'm saying. I mean, obviously you play a nice bounce on Plug, but you know that you got to be there very aware of what the market is doing when you're playing a stock like Plug, because it's in essence it's kind of following what the market's doing. You know what? I was just going to say, guys, just as you were putting in Newell, NWL on Fade Watch, I was going to just say, well, we should be watching Corsair for the same thing. Shoot. And now look at it. I mean, look at it. Got to that. I mean, it got to about a couple of pennies above that high right there, and that kind of stalled it. And now look at that. Shoot. Ay, ay, ay. Well, it's a general question, TRD, but anytime there's some kind of a financing that could be out there, how does it affect any position, never mind a short or a long? I mean, typically, if there's a sniff of financing, the stock usually goes down. Oh, what a great short here, guys. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's almost 2 hours up, and then boom, wiped out in less than 15 minutes. And then of course there is the corny cliche that somebody's going to put in the room. I know they're going to put it in the room. Not quite, not quite, Jesse. Somebody will put it in. Where's Vicky? Imagine though, I mean, imagine being diligently in this trade for almost 2 hours, and then it just gets wiped out in less than 15 minutes. There you go. Thank you, William. Yeah. Always the corny cliche is stocks take the escalator up and the elevator down. Well, Zoom is kind of getting to pre-pandemic levels, right? We said this earlier. 90, well, it's 93. I mean, it still has about $30 to fall to pre-pandemic levels. Because remember, this was, maybe a good little story back here, okay. But without the pandemic, it obviously it's not doing this. You mean the proposed split for Amazon? I don't know if I know they were talking about it right earlier, about how long ago, several months ago. I don't know if they're still doing it. They might not have to do it if it keeps drifting down like this. I mean, they're only doing obviously, companies do this because they want to make the stock cheaper for people to buy. But if it continues like this, they won't have to. I'm kidding, of course, to a certain extent. Oh, really, CP? That's interesting. Of course, perfect circle. Yeah, I mean, you short a stock, you want the price to go down. So yeah, company announces some kind of an offering, financing and all, usually the stock goes down. So yeah, if you're already short a stock and then they make that sort of announcement, rarely is the stock going, is it going to go up? Rarely. You know that though. I mean, perfect circle. Yes, I know you don't short, but of course you're short something, you want it to go down in price. Wow, look at Indo. Go back down to craziness of when it was 88. I don't have AFI on as a short. Sorry, as a halt. Doesn't mean it's not halted, of course, but that's why. Okay. I just don't. Yeah, it's just so cheap. I don't have it on my halts resumes because it's outside of the price range. Man, TXMD guys, another leg down from 5 breaks. So this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. We had the alert at 5:01, a little break underneath 5, and now 4:55, all-time low. Well, I guess I was wrong. It's not quite an all-time low. Yeah, I see that DH had a great bounce. Yeah, great bounce. Nice one. Oh, nice one, guys. Yeah, very nice bounce for you guys. Give me a moment here, guys. All right, guys, I'm going to try something here on a race here. I want to figure out if I can do something here. So, which requires me to duplicate a window. Okay, yeah, I was trying to do something and I realized I cannot do it. Okay, just give me a moment here. Give that filter a value to. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just trying to create a race, but I only want to see the ones that are up 2%. I don't care about if it's winning a race and it's up like 0.4%, 0.5%, just the 2% so I can really zero in on it. Yeah, the guy, so that was in Portugal, you said, right, Zach? All right, guys, it's 2:27, so I've got about another half hour of on the mic in the main room and YouTube, and I'll keep the main room open until 3:30. Chris will take over at 3:30, 3:30 to 4:30. Market continues to work its way down. Not yet, guys. Look at this Newell. How strong is this NWL? Newell. How strong is this? This is not giving it up. Not like the Corsair, which really look at that. I'm gonna hit my head against the wall here because this is what I look for. You know, just look left where it could stall, and NWL has not quite dropped. Not like that one. So you're short now, okay. I hear a little ping in our other room. Just give me a moment. And that means Chris is probably there. Give me a moment. Just got to find. There you are, Chris.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Just give me a
Okay.
moment while I shut off my music so I can actually hear you.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly. I'm working on 6 things at once as usual.
Well, okay. So if you see my screen right here, okay,
Yeah.
I don't care. I want to see the minimum. I want to see it 2%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as an example. I don't care about the 0.6%, 0.32%. When I've been able to use these is, every now and then I do see something that, oh man, okay, it's 2, 3, 4% ripping. The fact that ENR is winning a race at 0.6% change from that open, or when the
Mhm.
race started, doesn't interest me. So if I can see something that is a minimum all the time of 2% minimum, then that's going to interest
A
me.
minimum of 2%.
Minimum of 2%.
How would we do that?
Well, that's up to you.
So what I did is I was going to put a change 2-minute filter in there and put that at 0, so we know it has to be at least up over the last 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But
because
as
what
2
you were
minutes
saying
roll off,
before,
something can move down, and then it'll be up over the next 2 minutes again.
mm-hmm.
So
Because
I'm
what you were
thinking,
saying before is the change from the open is to, but that, as you know, that doesn't do it. All these stocks could be up 2% from the open, but it
right.
doesn't mean now they're running 2% when the race started. I'm just really
So
trying to find the dramatic ones, the absolute dramatic ones. For me, there's just too much noise.
no, I get that. Let's see.
So if
I'll
I
have to
could
play
just
with this a
see,
little bit.
yeah, you don't have to do it now or ever, but I know you've got other things to do, so.
Right. I mean,
I
so
did.
I just created this. I'm gonna share it with you. I'll send it through Slack.
Okay.
And like the first few that are on there look great, but then I come across CYN.
Mm-hmm. Do you not think it'd be a nice thing to have?
Yes.
Okay,
So
just show
what
me
I
the ones.
one of the things that I kind of do. So I have this scan I call my evening scan. And essentially, it looks at stocks that are up over the last 20 days, and then they have to be 75% above the low of today's range. So something on it, if something's on it, has to be strong on the day.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be falling back. So I'm trying to think of a way to do something similar to that. But then what you'll cut out is if something falls off on the day and then starts to make a big move back up towards the high of the day.
For that particular scan, yes, but I mean, if I just want to find stocks that are moving at that 2% clip, and I don't care. I honestly don't care if I don't get anything for, I'm running these races. And by the way, sorry guys, in the main room, I'm talking to Chris in our YouTube room. I don't care if, I run a race for 2 minutes and nothing shows up. I really don't care. If, but if 4 minutes later or 6 minutes later or the next race, you get one, then I'll see it and I care. I mean,
Right.
because you're probably not going to get too many. But I'll see it immediately and then I'll care about it.
All right, let me
But I
play around
mean,
with this, and I'm gonna come back to you with something. I hope.
okay,
I'm trying to,
because again,
because the races work in threefold. Is the way I think about it. Is you're gonna have your filters to say find me these stocks based on this. Then you're gonna sort, saying, all right, now you found me those stocks. Order them like this, and those are the stocks that are gonna show up on the race. And then you're gonna tell the race, all right, top list, you found the stocks, you've ordered the stocks. Now race, I want you to show me what's moving based on column X or column Z.
mhm,
So, I'm trying to think of a way to keep it so it's perpetual, that it's got to be stocks that are
that are
moving right now, that are on the move right now.
yeah, that are a minimum of whatever, a user defined percent, of course.
Right.
See, this
So,
isn't bad. When I'm looking at CYN, at 1.5%, I can see right on the chart. Okay, it is starting to move. Most of these other ones, when I'm clicking and it's leading a race at 0.36, and that ends up being the winner, there's no move on the chart whatsoever.
right. Well, that's because it's racing on a 2-minute percent. So if, for example, so right now there's a filter that says stocks got to be at least up over the last 2 minutes. But let's say that the stock was up, real big over the last 2 minutes. It's racing on the 2-minute also. And if it starts to fall on the 2 minutes, but it's still up technically, it's going to meet it. And that's where I have the issue, is trying to find stuff. I don't want to see the stuff that's pulling back.
Yes,
That's
because
what
you're
I'm trying
right.
to figure out. How do I eliminate the stuff pulling back?
Yes, Because many times you're right. I click on something and it says, even if it's like 1%, okay, great. I look at the chart. Wait a minute, it's pulled back. I've got to
Yeah.
see it. I've got to see it earlier than that, or don't want to see it at all.
Like you've got, you have ENR that's making a nice move right now, but then you also have SFM that's, showing, the race is showing it's moving, but it's really not.
Exactly. So you work on that, Chris, and I'll wait to hear from you. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Adios.
Bye. So in case you guys were wondering what we were talking about, is that, the races are fine, but what I want to see is I don't want to see anything unless it's a minimum, say, of 2%. So it's got to have moved at least 2%. Because sometimes when you see these races, it's moved 0.89%, and that's the winner. Big deal. You look at a chart and it hasn't moved at all. But if I see something that would say a minimum move of 2%, that'll get my interest. I will not get very many, but that's fine. Fewer the better. So that's what I'm kind of. And Chris uses these races a lot more than I do, so that's why I thought I'd ask him. And I guess that's by that little pop here. There's no way that happened. Hmm. Yeah, that is crazy. Let me just do a reset. All right, hands up and be honest. Who was able to short TXMD? This is probably one of the better ones of the day because of the percentage move it had from 5 down to almost 4. Yeah, so this candle here is erroneous, obviously. TD had shorts. TD had shorts. Well, I guess chalk one up for TD because that's very rare. Yeah, yeah, definitely a unicorn. Pocket lint. Okay, a little Easter reference, but okay. I know you meant pocket lint. All right, guys, just for fun, let us bring up the sector status change from the open again, and let's see if there's anything that's dramatically changed. My guess is no, but let's take a look. The last time we looked, wow, look at this. Look at this. Look at energy. Look at energy, guys. So when we looked at this in the pre-market, energy was at 100%. So what does this mean? The stocks that make up XLE, when we look pre-market, that figure there was 100% also. That means that they were 100% of them were below the close of Friday. Okay, that's what that meant. But when we looked at this, I don't know, 15 to 20 minutes after the market opened, there was some and what this is sorted on now is the change from the open. Look how dramatic this is. That means that the stocks, not only are they below Friday's close, but they're also below, 100% of them are below the open. 100% of them are below the open. So there's been not consumer staples. You can say 78% of them are at least above the open. Let me just do a quick change here in my headset. Hey guys, there we go. So that is it to me anyway. That's pretty interesting that, I mean, the last time we looked actually at technology, from the open, the change from the open, I think that might have been about 60 odd percent. So there's been a sell off. I mean, it's just no good sector. Boy, that TXMD, I mean, that's almost a 25% drop from that alert. GHI continues. I mean, had you missed it up here or here, there was an opportunity to short it here. I mean, not for the incredible percentage move, but you know what? That's almost about an 8% move from the 32. So that's not bad either. All right, guys. Well, in about 15 minutes, I'll be putting myself on mute. And so one last talk about our test drive that starts on next Monday. If you want to try our program out for 10 trading days, this is the time to do it. Okay, so when you click on the test drive link So for $11.11, you'll have access to the full premium service except for auto trading, no auto trading, okay? And it'll be for 10 trading days. So it starts next Monday. So if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. That's what you're doing. You're pre-registering. So don't if you sign up today, don't say, hey, where's my data? You don't get live data until the 16th. However, you will have access to the program about an hour after the market closes on Friday. So my advice, if you're going to take this, is the first thing you do is go to the Let's Get Started. Okay, you go to the Let's Get Started. It's about 30 minutes long. It are 10 videos. So do that first. Then you can take a look at the education. You can look at the user guide. And all I would concentrate probably are these first four, okay? You want to know how to create an alert window or a top list window. You want to have a little idea what this channel bar is all about, all the channels. Or sorry, not the channel, that's the toolbar. And then the channel bar right there, the doc channel bar, all the theme-based channels we've got. That'll get you started. So, do some preparation before the test drive if you've never had this program before. You don't have to learn everything. And if you're wondering if we have something, you can click on the full table of contents and you can search. Okay? So I've talked about Chris Farley. It'll be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So when I shut down the main room, you can head over there. Before I do shut the main room down at 3:30, I'll put the link in to head over to YouTube if you want. Sign up for all the webinars here. And if you're new to trading, great little series. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? Short videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. And on my homepage, the trade of the week, I don't think it triggered today. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon and all the education that I talked about. If you don't want to build your own scans, you want to take a look at my scans, that's fine. Here are all the scans that I am sharing. And of course, a lot of scans, if you click on new and then doc channel bar, all these are theme-based channels. So you can take a look at them. There are scans in each one of them. You might see one that you might like to try. All you have to do is save it to the cloud. Okay, and then that's the whole idea. You might not want all of these, and that's fine. I mean, that's why I don't have a layout exactly that I share. But you might want to take a look at these are the four that I do use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, and especially these two, the pre-market actives up and down. Okay. So save my link. Lots of information here, education, scans, and this Let's Get Started. If you save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Now, that's not the promo code. That is expired. So if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, and you want 20%, that code is expired. This is the promo code you can use. It's our Mother's Day code. That is the promo code you can use. Thanks, Mom, 20 for 20% off. The bots are here. Okay, bye-bye. So again, if you click on my home page, that is the promo code you can use to get 20% off, okay? All right, guys. So while I'm still on the mic, you have any last? I mean, I don't go anywhere. So I mean, if I even between 3 and 3:30, I can always hop on the mic. But if you have any questions now, be a good time to ask. I guess another. I mean, yeah, these food stores, guys. That's scary. I mean, there's big lots. Yeah, today, yes, AMC releases after hours today. When does GME release? Just out of curiosity. Not until June. Okay, so AMC, yes, after hours today. But would I short this ahead of earnings? Nope. Yeah, just never know what they might say. Whoops, always sunny. Oh, I see. I see what you're doing. Okay, that's cool. I wonder why my SPY chart here. I wonder why it did that. Had that big green candle here. Let me go. I don't know what goes on here. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just type in another symbol and I'll go back to the SPY. I'll probably get rid of it. Yeah. Okay. Ah, man, the defense of 400. What was that movie? The 300? This is the 400, guys. The defense of the 400. The Battle of Thermopylae. Give me a moment. No, unfortunately, it isn't D. But you're probably talking about auto trading, right? Which we don't agree with, all right, D. So because that's the only reason why people ask that question, because it's not that we get so many alerts from the AI, but we don't agree with auto trading. So because obviously, if you see something and it's not, the only one today, I guess, is this one, PSQ. Though I've got it filtered. Let me just see here. Yeah, so TBF. Well, I can only tell you what I do. All right. I only, first of all, only sort on the first of all, to watch it, just click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay. Now, there's no such thing as the best. I mean, everybody can use it differently, but that's the first thing I would do. And then I would make sure that you're in the filter, just put or check any profitable trades. So you're only looking at the ones that, are meaningful. Now, after that, that's to me the best start to use it. And then after that, though, I mean, it's up to you. You get an alert. Are you going to take the trade or not? For me, it has to be. I mean, when you look at GH, and you get an alert at 3660, and you see the alert, and then it's almost, well, it's below yesterday's close. All these things are happening. The market's down. It's, bios are just getting clobbered like a lot of other sectors. So you can make up your mind saying, yeah, you know what? I like that. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You can kind of let it set up a little bit. See how it paused right there a little bit? You can say, okay, I'm convinced. You take the trade. Do you get in at the absolute penny? Not necessarily. I can't say don't do it, get in at the penny, but I never take a trade. My alerts, I'm always looking. I'm always looking. What's the market doing? So, if you got in this trade, say at 36.40 instead of 36.60, is that a big deal when a stock is down 15%? Now, do we know what's going to move 15%? Of course not 100%. But I'm never one that says I've got to get in right at the absolute penny. So that's how I use it. Okay. I can't tell you that's the best way. It's just the way I use it, though. I'm never ever jumping into a trade just because we get the alert. But how I would start is just focus on this window, and then you can use it like a watch list. As I said earlier, if you missed this one right here, and then you saw it basing, and then it took it out. I mean, you could have, in theory, got in, just under 32. If you'd missed that whole move, you could have got in at under 32. And, the stock moved down to 30. What's that, 8%? Not bad. So as a watch list also, just concentrating on a few stocks for the day. But is that the best used? I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's how I use it, but I don't know. I can't say that's the best used. Others might use it in a very different way. So, I mean, unfortunately, there's no video that's going to say, okay, this is the best way to use it. Other than, in my opinion, just concentrating on this. Never mind anything else, because I know we have a channel for it, but all I would do is I would take, I would just click on new AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is the window. And then in the filter, just filter on any profitable trades, check that. And then you can have this window as part of your layout every day. Okay, so when you save your layout, incorporate this as part of your layout. So you don't have to go through the exercise every day. And for you don't like stocks over $20, that's fine. You see, there's only one today. And if you're going to ask, well, how many alerts do you get? It varies, but I will say that lately, not that many. Now, to me, that's not the worst thing, be selective. Okay, does that kind of make sense? By the way, guys, this finally is a bounce now for GH. A pretty good bounce, a pretty good looking bounce. So if you were going to take this on a bounce, you'd be looking at that chart, 32.38. Looks like a lot of resistance right there. So if you're going to take this bounce, you might think, okay, it may get up to that 32.50 mark before it hits some resistance, and then it might fall right back. All right, guys. And yeah, and the market, it's bouncing kind of with the market. All right, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute now. Again, I'm here, so I will hop on the mic if necessary. The room is open. The main room is open until 3:30. Well, both rooms are open till 3:30, but and then Chris will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So before I do shut the main site down, I'll put the YouTube link in. Okay, mute. I hear you, Chris. At
Yes, you
least I heard
do.
your ping.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
I'll switch over to my screen, so you're off the hook there. And I'm stumped a little bit, Barry. I'm playing around with it, but then I run into an issue where all of a sudden, if the top list technically doesn't have data, you can't run a race. It won't let you start a race because there's no data to start the race from. And so then you
Right.
have to wait for something to appear on the top list to be able to start that race. And then if you lose the data again, the race will just automatically stop and won't start again.
Right. Well, there may not be a way to do what I wanted to do. So, but thanks for trying.
Yeah, I mean, my thought is to try to stack filters essentially. So I was playing around with trying to find things that are in the upper range of the Bollinger Band and still moving up over 2 minutes. So that was my one trick. And then of course I found some really good ones, and then right after I shared it with you, those stopped being good.
Yeah.
So
Isn't that the
I'll
case?
play with it anyways. All the same, it's an interesting thought, that's for sure.
Okay. Okay, Chris, I'll mute myself now. So have a wonderful hour, and we'll talk to you tomorrow, I'm sure.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry.
Okay, bye-bye.
So for anybody that was wondering, Barry was asking about trying to find things that are making that big move now and up from the open. Yeah, Tinder's back. Okay. I thought, let me see, block user or whatever it is, not Tinder necessarily, but all the same. So anyways, I was trying to mess with that and take a top list that Barry has and turn it into a race that's only going to show items that are really spiking and moving right now. So add tasks that I've been given, not given. I mean, Barry didn't come and say, hey, build this for me. He was just curious. And then his curiosity got my curiosity. So I'll mess around with that a little bit. See what we can't do. Sorry, I'm just trying to see on the YouTube channel if I can remove all that garbage that just came in. All right. I've done what I can on my end. And get rid of that. I don't need that anymore. And so I head down on building a few things. Didn't even notice what's going on with the market, but I just looked at my compare count windows, and well, that's certainly not bullish. Had this happening for a little bit, new highs versus new lows, or well, the opposite, new lows versus new highs. You can see that here. The large caps really never did anything. It's been the new lows all day long, and we're really moving on that now. And SPY's dropped back below 400 again. And conventional wisdom would say that, 400 would be a battle. But, someone was asking about capitulation before. And my thought process is, I don't know about capitulation, but I'll tell you what. We don't get a battle at 400 and we just give up 400. You might see some capitulation then. As I've said many times, both in private conversations, and I'm sure I've said it here. I can't recall everything I've ever said here. I won't mind if we end up somewhere down here in the next few weeks, because you got to figure you go from here to here. How much further do we really fall? Because then we're talking about, pre-pandemic highs. And I mean, is the entire world that much worse off than what we were at pre-pandemic highs? So let me change gears onto a weekly chart, illustrate this all better. So we're here now, and let's see, 80s, 70s, 80s. Oh, my measured target off this head and shoulders is somewhere down in this range here, somewhere down around here. That doesn't put us exactly far off pre-pandemic highs. I mean, is the world that much worse off then? We get to here, I'm gonna have to take a hard look at some companies and think about maybe starting to nibble on some real longer term stuff. Now, I've never done some of the real long term stuff that I wanted to because I never actually had money to be able to put work to it like that before. But over the last couple of years, building an account size on trading leaves me with some work money that if I do want to start to nibble, I can. And I just find it hard to believe that even if, let's say, we do crack this, how much further can we really go? I mean, are we, we're really, 50% off, or more. I don't think we have that kind of a crisis upon our hands. I could be wrong. Won't be the first time I'm wrong about anything. But the ideas of some of the things that I would think about buying are taking a page from, I believe, Michael Anthony's book, is looking at, stocks that have good fundamentals, been around a long time, pay a dividend, and, sinking into some shares of that with rollover dividends and just kind of letting them do their thing. The trader in me obviously will have to monitor it because, I can't let something, I'm not going to take a 30% haircut on any position I'm ever in. But, I'm also not going to shy away from a 10% pullback off of something I enter either, so that finding that it'll be new territory for me in what I'm doing, finding that happy medium in between what I'm willing to really let something break down and what I'm willing to let something break down in the short term after entering based on a much longer term hold, a year, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. Yeah, I suppose these are this is where new market analysis are born, analysts are born. Stands to reason. Sorry, just looking at some of the stocks. This was the scan that I'm messing around trying to do something with for Barry. There's really nothing to share here. If I come up with something, I will, as always, share it with the group, bring enough for the class, all that kind of stuff. So any questions, please make sure to hit me with them. I'm kind of thinking, internal thinking going on right now. How do I stack these like this and get rid of anything that's pulled back off of a race? But I don't think that's possible, actually. You'll have to take what's there. Big. The AI traded big today, huh? Interesting. Sorry, just messing around here. I got this new tool for doing some video capture and stuff like that. Is there a way to scan for stocks that have options only? Well, Yeah, I mean, you could just build a scan and put, you can sort on options data, or if it's a top list or if it's a not a top list, then you can sorry, excuse my yawn, add an options filter, just put like one in it or something like that. Like if it was an alert window. Sorry, I'm looking. I have so many things open. I'm not used to having so many scans open at once. um Come to configure and go to options, and throw maybe in the contracts, just put a 1. And that would do it for you. And like I said, if it's a top list, then just sort on whichever options one you want. And then, you'll have all your filters set, it'll be stocks that only meet your filters. And then you'll order them based on options volume. So you'll only see optionable stocks that meet your criteria, essentially. And then let's see, do you see an advantage for doing short with this market condition or doing long? I don't think I won't say it's an advantage one way or the other, Ken. I mean, as the saying goes, a rising tide lifts all boats. So we're in a sinking condition right now. So, but the rising tide would be shorts. And so I think a lot more short plays are going to work than long plays. And you'll have to be a lot more picky and choosy with your long plays. Your long plays will probably have much less duration of time that they're winning trades. So I'd say it would be like that, Ken, where in a bull market, because we're no longer in a bull market. In a bull market, it's much easier to find those long ideas and quality long ideas. It's going to be a lot harder to find long ideas. It's going to be a lot harder to find quality long ideas, and then it's going to be a lot harder to find quality long ideas that stand the test of time. Whether it's an hour or 5 days. So that's what I would say as far as that goes. Why does this scan keep freezing? I'm really tired of doing bug reports. So that's that's my thought process there. Take a look at the TI strength alerts. Here I'm going to duplicate this in a free floating window and bring it over. But here's your strength alerts, and these are based on relative strength algo. This is what happened to those today. All right, it's that kind of market where it's indiscriminatory what's going to get sold. There is no this is going to stay up because it's been strong. It's its rotation. We look at energy, and energy is just getting shellacked today. USO, no quarter on USO at all today. XOP, no quarter on the XOP today. And I mean, find more relative strength than what has been in energy for the last 14 months or 15 months, whatever you want to call it. XLE, same thing. So relative strength, you're not going to find relative strength, I think, in a conventional sense. You're just, you'll find relative strength on specific individual charts. But those charts, you might have 10 charts that are relative strength, and they may have absolutely nothing in common. So there's no way to scan for all those items. They could be all in different sectors, B, all in different position lifetime ranges, C, all different volume metrics, so on and so forth. And leaving you that, you have 10 stocks, all look strong on charts, and not one of them has one commonality in them, based on anything essentially, or they have, 1 or 2 commonalities, and there's no way to just scan based on that without weeding out, with weeding out the junk as well. The trend is your friend. Right now, the trend is down. So I would say, if you're someone who is apt to short stocks and you're comfortable shorting stocks, then do it. Okay, so this is bugged. Let's see what happens if I duplicate it. And how does the AI adapt to market conditions? Well, it runs a series of back tests essentially every night, optimizes, and it optimizes based on the action in there. Now, I'll say this, for a long time, with the way the market was choppy, it made it very hard to get any sort of quality back testing that lasted and gave it any kind of direction. As we really start to sell off or grind down like we are, I think we'll I think actually we've seen it now. The AI performed very poorly from about the end of February until about a week ago, actually, or so. And as we've kind of now really started to move in a direction, seen the AI perform a lot better. And I'd say some of it might have had to do with earnings, but it's a nice little alert from Big today, actually, and that has nothing to do with earnings. Decent alert there, nothing to do with earnings. So make of that what you will. eBay had a nice move. That did have earnings, but that had earnings several days ago, so I wouldn't even. Wait a minute. Am I not getting earnings on my weekly chart? Are you making me look stupid? Yep, you are. I bet that had earnings. Nope, still no earnings. Okay, now I don't feel so bad. That did have earnings though. All right, at least that didn't have earnings. Even with that said, eBay had earnings enough time ago that how much effect is it now having and what's going on. So thanks, Barry. So that's how the AI really adapts. And then where a good place to get corporate news, trying to find a catalyst. Corporate news, Peter, I'd say your broker. I mean, we really don't do news well. That's all there is to it. And I will make no excuses on any of that. Just as simple as we don't do news well for whatever reason. Part of it is cost. News costs money. So that's why we plug into that Google API like we do. But I'd say your broker, Peter. Go with your broker if you're really looking for news. Yeah, that's what I would say. Properties AI. That looks stupid. I wish I could turn these smart risk levels off. So sorry, playing with something to see if I get a screen capture here going. I want to just do a screen capture of this, what's going on with these races. They just keep pausing. I don't know at what point they're even pausing. CYN. What are you? Computer programming. This is interesting all the same. I mean, this thing made a massive move up, sold off, and in the face of a market that's really selling off at this point, making a move up again. Very interesting. It's a CPPS. Made a nice move as well. And never mind. Look at that. Well, all right. Yeah. Sorry. Getting caught up on different charts that I'm reading. As the market really continues. You know, we have broken. Oops, not soy. It's a soy market. Soy, sorry. We really breaking that 400 level now. I would have thought we'd have put up more of a fight here. But, you know, if we pop over it again tomorrow and then, you know, pop back and then pop back, then I guess we'll call that a fight. Give that spongy zone. But, I mean, we came right down and banged on it hard all day long. I mean, look at that right there. Banging on it nonstop. I don't know. Version 5.5 something, 5.6 something. It's hard for me to keep track because I can't remember what numbers we actually release versus what we do. You know, we could go through internally 5 or 6 or 7 versions before we get it out to you. And then whatever goes out to you will be, you know, whatever. So for example, we're on 5.5.76 right now for download for you folks as the beta. I'm on 5.5.79 right now. And so if we put another one out, if we happen to put that one specifically out, it'll be 5.5.79. So we'll skip over 0.3 versions. If we don't put this one out and we go to 0.8 internally, then, you know, it'll continue like that. But it was somewhere either 5.5 something or 5.6 is when it came out. So this was a fun little trader all day long. Not sure what they must have had some kind of news. You got it, Tom. Must have had some kind of news. Because, you know, opened, you know, 45 minutes, and then all of a sudden after 45 minutes, that big spike happened. Nice bear pennant on a 15-minute chart. And, you know, for those that are playing or keeping score at home, we measure targets on bear flags and bear pennants. So the target would be the pole, essentially. And that was actually not too shabby before it started running into some resistance up here. We are closing real. We cracked 397, and you can see these inverse ETFs here. I mean, they're really closing strong right now. I mean, yeah, emerging markets just really getting. For amusement, AMC has earnings. Oh boy. So AMC after hours. We are taking out the lows. I mean, this is to wow done. There'll be a lot of hurt feelings on all this, but it is what it is. You know, I'm not one of those diamond hand people. I'm sorry. I just think it's one of the most dangerous things I've ever heard in my life. And unfortunately, an entire set of investors / traders from this generation will be forever ruined because of this crap. Yeah, it definitely started a lot of day traders. That's fine. I'm fine with all this spike that happened. That this isn't what bothers me. You know, this stuff doesn't bother me. What bothers me is what ensued afterwards, where you have all these people diamond hands and we're not selling, and you know they're lying about the short float, and you know there's no shares to short, and all these things. And here's the thing: maybe all of that is true. I have no idea. I don't really care, to be honest, though. What I know is this: you have an entire group of people who sunk possibly life savings, you know, up here in this, and then are being fed this whole thing of diamond hands, and the thing's going to go to the moon because then they're coming out with all these reasons, you know, of whatever's going on. And now all of a sudden you have all these people that sunk all this money here. On top of that, then you have all these people that bought in here, all right, and then have held through all this crap. And it's like, you could have paid off your house with that. What is it that you want from it? I mean, it's just so unrealistic and so unfortunate. That's all there is to it. It is what it is. I just, you know, this stuff doesn't bother me. These big spikes, I don't care. That happens. That's trading. That's stocks. Crazy things happen all the time. The people that are out here shilling, you know, don't sell a share, and you know we're gonna take the man down. Yeah, you think that GME? You think that's really gonna take down the financial system? Sure, maybe it was gonna take down Robinhood. You think it was gonna take down BlackRock or Fidelity or Goldman Sachs or anybody like that? Get the hell out of here! I mean, you're out of your mind. Out of your mind. Yeah, if 2008 didn't crash the financial system, you tell me GameStop is going to crash the financial system? I mean, come on. I just, you know, anyways, it is what it is. And, you know, it takes all types to make the world go round. That's all I'll say. You know, so while, yes, got a lot of people excited about that and things like that, but you unfortunately have a lot of people that just, they want to believe the hype. They don't do any thinking for themselves. They have no rational thinking, I'll say. And they truly believe that GameStop is going to the moon. It's literally going to $10,000. I say this, and perhaps I'm wrong, and perhaps everything turns around, and in three weeks from now, we're at $300 with GameStop. Great. I'm happy for all those people that it happened to. But unfortunately, there are going to be a lot of people that were holding from these levels that have been liquidated all the way through because of the rules of the game that they never really understood. And certainly they didn't want to take the time to learn. And the people that were pumping this crap to them certainly were never going to teach them those rules. So it's just unfortunate. And Spy trying to fight right here. Spy's trying to fight. All right, so we'll see what happens when GME release. Let's throw a... What am I looking for? Post market. There we go. I gotta say, I'm fairly impressed with what Holly did today, though. I mean, that's an outstanding call. That was pretty decent. This had some alpha on it. Even this had some alpha there for a moment, enough to get that in this max column there. eBay was okay, all things considered, I'd say. And these two obviously never really got going. But definitely some okay idea generation finally. So let's see. GME, they haven't released yet. I'll keep an eye. Or not GME, AMC. We need to look at AMC. I'm not seeing numbers. I'm also not on the right stock, so I guess we can't see numbers when I'm on the right stock. Here we go. Yeah, so we're just waiting for those earnings there. Sorry, a whole lot of messaging coming into me right now, and that's that. I'm taking a look here, man. I really like this NOG chart going into today. Good thing I didn't rush into a position. I saw some of these gap downs in energy, and I thought, is it a buying opportunity on any of these? And it was absolutely not a buying opportunity today. But that's an interesting level to come down and touch. I imagine other energy stocks are going to look the same. Let's see, AR. Oh. MGY is another one. So, interesting to see what levels it's come to. Because you have a lot of people that just call the top in natural gas. I won't be surprised if we don't see this level again right away anyways, but I don't, I still think natural gas, we're going to need a lot of it. Everyone must remember AMC at the RCC. Yeah, I don't know what the what the rules are on any of that stuff like that. I was never a big movie goer, so I'd much rather watch things from the comfort of my home. So let's see. So there's a pop for AMC. And a little bit of volume coming in. So, just a little pop there, but I don't think they haven't released anything for earnings yet. So that's that. What else is noteworthy? ZNTE. This is SPAC. Blank check company. Oh, good Lord. Oh, Barry's on it. Poor News Corp. That's tough. I did the same exact thing before. I think I typed ACM before. UPST. Woof. Holy cow. Talk about a disaster. That just took almost a 50% haircut just now. Good Lord. That was a $400 stock. I mean, this is the stuff that I'm talking about. Upstart. I never even heard of them. Hysterical. My God. Call it the teepee formation. My God. I'm going to post that in. Some clout. Well, so much for that whole different crowd, different this time crowd. I mean, the amount of times I was told that, it's different this time with the market and you don't understand. And these companies are changing the world, and they are. They're transferring a lot of wealth. I don't know about changing the world, but have at it. I mean, I don't even know what they do. Who are they? Upstart engages in cloud-based artificial intelligence. Yeah, okay. Sounds like a whole lot of word salad going on in here. That's like, what's this one? PLTR, right? Is that Palantir? Yeah. I mean, here's another one. Get out of here with this crap. Companies that literally have never made $1 in their life. I think Palantir isn't quite on that level of fraud, but I mean, this is one of my personal favorites. I mean, I just don't understand. How do you not make money for over a decade and stay in business? Like, I literally burning cash. I don't get it. I mean, at least this company makes money. I get how they make money. Now, I never thought that they were worthy of being up here, but all the same, I mean, at least they make money. But again, talk about bubbles popping, different parts of the bubbles popping at different times. It's not just one bubble. So, oh yeah, we were entertaining ourselves with AMC. Still haven't released yet. Yeah, this parabolic scanner I think is pretty good for finding short ideas here. I'll share that with you. We were talking about it earlier. I can't remember if I shared it or not. Trying to find it. That's pretty good. I would also check out here. Let me look on Barry's homepage because Barry has some good stuff too. Let me look. So this 10-day daily breakdown is pretty great. And that's a good one. This is pretty good. This is going to be a bouncers and toppers. Oh, there's Barry. What did he have for us? What did he say? Gap continuation or reverse. So let's see. Gap. Gap down. Here we go. Copy link address. So those are all ones that I would take a look at. They're fairly self-explanatory, I think, from the names on those. 10-day daily breakdown. Gap down, continuation, or reverse. So fairly straightforward in what those are looking for, and I think those are some good ideas to have generated, especially in this market, because we're definitely in a market where anything that moves up is suspect. I'd say it's a sell the rips market, not a buy the dips. So when things start to rip up, you might want to consider a short position on them. You're in at 1270. I mean, I can't tell you whether or not to do that, but I'll say this. I mean, your next support level is way down there, whatever that is on AMC. And I can't imagine there's any reason for the stock to go up. I mean, you're talking under $10 is the next support level, it looks like to me. You could split hairs under 10, under 9. And that could happen real fast with this stock. So technically, you're up right now. You're in a gamble at the moment. So a little bit of volume. I'm looking at this 1 minute volume percent here is what I'm looking at. Nothing crazy right now. doing half what it normally does over 1 minute for the last 10 days. Here in the post market, here's an energy stock that held up well. Oh, that's why. Utilities still. What did the XLU do today? All right, that held up actually pretty well today. You got it, Stephen. And here's the other thing too. If Stephen, if you've got, I know you're already kind of overwhelmed with scans, but as you work through scans, if you don't come across any scans that are producing ideas that you like, or you're having trouble with something, you can ask obviously specified questions to scans. Just always share the cloud link with us so we can reference what you're asking specifically. And then if you have an idea for a scan, as long as you're not trying to be insanely complicated, we can help you build template for it. You can always email us to support@trade-ideas.com and say, I'm trying to build scan XYZ. Maybe you can help me with a template for it. And we're happy to do that. So AMC's out, Barry just said. And the survey says big spike up. They beat. So let's bring over Reuters. I don't know that they're going to have a whole lot of info, but here you go. So AMC Entertainment beat Wall Street expectations for the first quarter. Revenue on Monday released blockbuster films such as Batman, Uncharted, roof hauls, drive-in surge ticket sales. Revenue of the company became one of the symbols of meme stock. Trading frenzy last year rose to $750 million. So that's interesting. Beat estimates, positive news, all those things like that. And just remember, the news is not indicative of what the stock will end up actually doing. So keep that in mind. And be honest, this is not exactly a lot of volume, all things considered. I thought there'd be a lot more volume than this. I mean, we didn't see anything about guidance, but I mean, here's the thing. We know inflation is high, all right? I don't need anybody to tell me I went food shopping this weekend. The tissues that I used to buy, a 3-pack of them, 15, 16, 17 months ago were like $4.50. They were $6.50 yesterday for the 3-pack of tissues I normally buy. So, that speaks volumes to literally everything. The toothpaste I buy, it was, depending on a sale or anything like that, I'll say it was in between, $5.75 and $6.75. It's now almost $8 a tube. So I don't need the news to tell me any of that stuff. I can see it. I can see what inflation is myself, my everyday buying. And we ask ourselves, what happens when inflation rises? People start to shop for deals. They stop going out as much, things like that. So I think movies are already a tough go for a lot of, there's still a group of people out there that, for whatever reasons, don't want to be exposed to the public in general with the virus, whether they are, susceptible or they have loved ones that they live with that are, or, they had previous complications with COVID. I know, a family here in town that I live with, the husband, very strong. Actually, he's a Mason, very strong man, fairly good shape. Now he's 41, so he's 39 at the time. And he was in the ICU for 10 days because of COVID, So, that family is, they're extra cautious right now. Can I blame them? They, almost lost dad, almost lost her husband, all that. So, that's going to affect AMC's bottom line. The people that inflation affects the least, I don't think they're going to the movies. So, these are all things to consider. These are all things that I consider anyways. It has no effect on what I will or will not do with this stock. I was never going to invest in it anyways. I've traded it a few times, been on one side or the other, but, my trading of it is an hour and two in and back out at max. So, keep those things in mind. For those of you also, we've talked a bit about shorting, when I was here at noon, and we talked a bit about shorting now. Remember, don't chase either side. Oh, coin, something's happening here. Coin is getting wrecked is what I just got a message. Did I understand that correctly? Oh, no, yeah, no more than normal. Remember, different this time. Crypto's changing the world. And again, yes, it's changing the world by transferring wealth. So that's no comment. Bitcoin just very well may be the future, but it's not right now. I don't think there's any other crypto out there that's, as widely considered to be changing the world like Bitcoin is. Yeah, so exactly, Todd. Same thing here. Look, I know people think, oh, you're a trader, you must make all this money and things, but what people don't consider when you're a trader is that your paycheck isn't consistent. You have a great month, maybe, you did in a month what, some people might do in 6 or 7 months, and then you have 4 bad months in a row, and then it evens out to that person that gets a steady paycheck. So, people don't consider things like that. So what I was really going to say, though, is shorting in the hole. This pie chart's a good chart to show on this. All right. We've just had, some real big moves. I'd almost say, we talked about capitulation, even though this is only a couple of points lower than, I think we were talking about capitulation in here. Let's say it was 404 or something like that. We've moved 6 points underneath there, and we were actually probably at 7 or 8 points underneath from there. One could almost say this was slightly a capitulation move off this 450 reject right there. While it wasn't ultra violent selling, look at this. Look at that increase in volume. Look at this move down. All right. Today was no different on that volume, and there was not much green to be had anywhere today as far as the overall market goes. So I consider that. But now, what I would say is, now it doesn't mean we don't go lower tomorrow. We could easily go lower tomorrow. We can go lower by 5 or 6 points tomorrow, or more or less, whatever. But consider this. There's just been a big move over the last 3 trading days now. All right, let's really zoom in on this. And this is what I want to end on for the day. It's called shorting in the hole. All right. It's the opposite of don't chase the big moves up. All right. And so we've got 3 down days in a row like this after that massive up day. Okay. Do you really want to get short here? And you got to figure, what if a whole bunch of people got short here? All right. Especially, or even in here somewhere, especially after they saw, look at this. We got rejected 3 days in a row, 3 up days in a row. Our 3 up days, we got rejected. Our 3 bigger up days, we got rejected. We held that 420, and then we really, pierced it. And they got short maybe on Thursday, and they held, short or added to the short Friday. And they're holding short in here today. Or they maybe even added some today. All right. How many of those people are now going to pull off and cover those shorts, which will drive price back up? Then you'll have your dip buyers, regardless if they're, there's still going to be dip buyers in the short term, meaning, we can't be down every day. Today's, if it looks like an up day, I'm going to participate on the upside today, but close the end of the day. And so that could all add to an up day tomorrow, and then maybe another sideways day before we make a move back short again. So, consider these things. We make this move up, all right, and we faded down, and we consolidated, and we made a nice move down, all right. Get rid of all this. All right, we made that nice move down, all right. And then we'd kind of had some sort of consolidation, but there's also wackiness from the Fed for a couple of days, all right. And now we've broken down again. And so I'd be looking for another consolidation overall, if it's the overall market you're really participating and looking at, and then another move like that. And I think that's highly likely, as the trend is our friend, all those kinds of things. I think the trend is very clear which direction we're going. And so that's what I'll end it on today. All right. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. AMC was interesting as always. I will be back here tomorrow. It'll be a Zoom day. Again, Zoom has been an experiment for us. I don't know how long we'll run that experiment for, since, really not many people are showing up. But we'll see. That's not my choice to make. And we will go from there. So, all right, everybody, have a great rest of your Monday. Hopefully you have some nice weather. Get out there, stretch your legs, stretch your mind, stretch your brain. Whether you listen to some music or you just sit outside and read a book for a few minutes, get away from the screens for a little bit. That's what I'm about to do. All right, folks, you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the day, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Adios.